All right, everybody. Um, Man, peace, people. I really have a lot to go through today. It depends on how many people show up in the live, whether or not I will go through a lot or just the stuff that I have in mind right now. Just a few hours ago, the FBI has recently warned police departments in California that Iran wanted to launch drones at the West Coast in retaliation for the ongoing war in the region. And I do believe that this is a legitimate threat. So I'm trying to let people know out there to beware of your surroundings, be very vigilant. But let's play the first video that is talking about this. All videos that I show will be under fair use. We will go over stuff that Trump recently has said in regards to Iran and other reports that's happening right now, presently, because I can't really make a lot of sense out of all this stuff. It's just too overwhelming. I am totally overwhelmed. I really don't know what to say. I'm just really lost for words because things are happening so suddenly, quickly, to where our heads are spinning, actually. And I would like to get you guys' opinion if you guys have formulated an opinion about what you think is going on or what you feel in your soul might be transpiring later behind this fight against Iran, and how the other world leaders will react and respond to everything that's happening, because I really feel it's going to be a cause and effect. And I'm not sure if Trump has everything figured out. It kind of feels like he's winging it. I don't know, though. I really don't understand war. I'm not the type of person that believes that people should start war with people. But I do understand that people might be plotting against us. And so Trump is being preemptive in his message and also his activities against Iran. So he says. And it remains a debate, I'm sure, with a lot of people as far as whether or not it was a righteous move to make for him to attack Iran with Israel. There are speculating folks out here that are saying that Trump is only responding because Israel told him to. And I hope that's not the case. But a lot of people are feeling like Trump is acting like he is indebted to Israel to respond accordingly. But let's get to the first report. Fair use of videos that I show for all commentary, all research information, education, and entertainment under the Copyright Act of 1976, 1976, cover not to impose but to inform on what is happening, in hopes that we can make sense of everything going on around us in the present. So let's get to the first video. This is about the FBI warning inspired attack likely to happen possibly in California. So it's very, very important that you guys like, share, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
I can tell you, we just learned that the FBI reportedly warned California police about that unconfirmed intelligence report involving a possible drone strike by Iran off the West Coast. That's according to ABC News. It's reports like that one, which is exactly why we see some barricades outside, fencing here. We know that by Sunday there will be hundreds of police officers deployed here to the Dolby Theater, along with hundreds of federal Homeland Security and FBI personnel. Moments ago, in a virtual news conference, Governor Gavin Newsom said that he was aware of those threats from Iran to attack areas of California with drone strikes. Take a listen. concerns. As it relates to the broader concern, as it relates to drone strikes, we've been aware of that information. We've been working collaboratively through the SOC, which we established right after the war began, the State Operations Center, working with the Office of Emergency Service, but also working locally to make sure we transmit any information that we have received, and we're aware of that, which has been reported, I think, by ABC7. We're aware of that information, and we transfer that information in real time to our local partners. Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled work groups specifically around those concerns. But that's all I'll share at the moment. I have nothing more insightful beyond just what's been reported and how we're transmitting what we know to our local partners, which is critical. So there you have it. But important to note, authorities emphasize there is no confirmed specific threat tied to the Oscars right now, but they say heightened vigilance is necessary given the global tensions created by the conflict with Iran. Authorities say an encoded shortwave radio message believed to have originated in Iran was detected shortly after the reported killing of the country's supreme leader on February 28th. Investigators say the number sequence resembled signals historically used to communicate with covert operatives and may have been intended for sleeper cells, though officials stress there is no confirmed threat tied to it right now. ABC News, as we just said, reporting the FBI recently warned California law enforcement about intelligence suggesting Iran may have considered launching drone attacks from a vessel off the U.S. West Coast if American strikes occurred. Officials say the report included no details on timing, targets, or perpetrators and remains unconfirmed. Meanwhile, large gatherings like the Oscars remain a focus. Security experts also believe other likely targets include transportation hubs like airports, Jewish facilities, and big sporting and entertainment events. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security say they are continuing to monitor potential retaliation threats today.
Wow.
They were looking to do something here that was going to get a lot of it.
Hold on. I thought it was over. Let me rewind it a little bit. I really think that we should heed the warnings. I really feel like a lot of people don't want to go out looking like they were easily beaten. And I think that we have way too many people that's in America that's unvetted and unknown on what they're capable of being a part of. Like we had recently with the guy from Singhalese, who was a person that claimed to be the property of Allah on his shirt. And he acted out going to a club and just shooting, anywhere and killing a couple of people and injuring about 14 others. I really feel like there are sleeper cells among us. And they have all the opportunity of surprise to, just cause havoc. I fear a coordinated activity with people that could go to this city at this time and go to this other place at this time at the same time and cause a big to-do with getting our attention. And I think that Trump should not play down, or anyone that's in power shouldn't take lightly of the threat that may be happening on American soil. In my opinion, I just feel like there should not be people that should feel confident and comfortable to just live their life as if nothing is going on. I think if you live your life like that, you're going to get got. You said Melnick Mob says there's over 1 million sleeper cells in the U.S. right now. I believe it. I truly feel it. I really feel that this threat should be taken serious. You said, glad I live in the desert. Okay. You live in the desert. Okay, let's go.
Likely targets include transportation hubs like airports, Jewish facilities, and big sporting and entertainment events. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security say they are continuing to monitor potential retaliation threats today.
They were looking to do something here that was going to get a lot of attention. That is something that would fall within their group of targets. It is kind of believed that they have target folders already ready to go should that day ever come when they get operationalized. The fear is that this day has come.
Security around the Dolby Theater will be extensive. Officials say bomb squads will scan every arriving vehicle using detection equipment and explosive sniffing dogs, while SWAT teams monitor for potential drone threats capable of carrying explosive devices. Undercover officers and specialized counterterrorism units from LAPD and the FBI, Homeland Security as well, they will all be stationed throughout this area. Back out here live at this hour, we can tell you that officials say sharpshooters will also be positioned on nearby rooftops, and officers will maintain 24-hour patrols in this immediate area surrounding the Dolby Theater. That is the latest for now here live in Hollywood. We'll send it back to you at the studio.
What's the game plan?
Okay, that's one thing. And Trump has really been campaigning a lot, talking about what is going on with Iran and how he feels like he's defeating them, and kind of mocking and being very bold and brazen about how he's speaking. And I want to showcase a little bit of that. I don't know if this is a way of him kind of signaling to other people not to F with us, but some people might take it another way. And I just think that we all need to be aware of what he's saying and how people are taking what he's saying. He was just recently, yesterday, he held a conference, and I'm not going to play the whole entirety of the conference. I want to kind of get to the part where he's answering questions, because I thought that that was pretty interesting. But he did answer questions in regards to what is going on in Iran. I want to play that. And this just happened a couple of days ago. I correct myself, a couple of days ago. But let's get going with this first part of it. If you guys have not yet, please hit that like button. You said Ian Groves Venor says, what the hell has Trump unleashed? Is this the safe, great America he promised? Man, I really feel ambushed, to be honest with you. I really don't know how to feel. I never thought that this type of thing could ever happen in America. I never seen somebody that was so bold to do what Trump is doing right now. And it remains to be seen if this is going to be a benefit to America or a curse to America. I just think that we all need to wake up and understand that this is serious, and we can't take it lightly. We cannot. M. Bayer says, America seems safe to me. What the hell? What the F are you people living? It can seem safe, M. Bayer, but at any given time, somebody that has been over here for a number of years, or who just got here since Biden was president for the last 4 years, who allowed people to come through the border unvetted, unchecked, is living among us right now. They could be in dark basements strategizing on where to attack and how to amass a lot of deaths, and to get the attention of the American people, to cause havoc and fear. So I don't think it is as clear as you were trying to make it seem and comfortable. It's not that way. It's really heightened right now. It's alarming times right now.
Missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then, and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Before I let them start with the questions, I wanted to talk about the 4 drones that were recently stolen from Fort Campbell. This is according to, hold on. Let me bring it back up. I really think that we are sitting ducks for people that are already here, in my opinion. That's how I feel about what is going on. But hold on, let me get this back up. Come on, why is this doing this? Okay, 4 drones stolen from Fort Campbell. Army offers 5,000 reward. This was done, it was updated March 11th at 6:32 p.m. It says Fort Campbell, I guess, Kentucky. Army investigators are offering a reward of up to 5,000 as they search for whoever stole 4 drones from Fort Campbell. Fort Campbell said the drones were taken sometime between November 21st and 24th. Investigators shared photos of 2 people who were or may have been involved. This is the pictures that they're showing. Okay. It says the drones were stored in an engineer battalion building on post, officials said. Anyone with information is asked to call 931-801-0316 to reach the Army's Criminal Investigation Division at Fort Campbell. So as he speaks, literally, there are people that are working behind the scenes, strategizing, coming and taking at least 4 known drones stolen from an Army post, I believe, Fort Campbell. And obviously, at any given time, these people could cause, trauma and drama to us here as we sit in America. And this is why I'm not quite sure how Trump can be so confident in winning when he has so many people here among us. There's so many people that are so dissatisfied with what Trump's doing, how he's moving, how he is deporting people. He's gotten a lot of people that, he didn't even mention about a week and a half ago, was it, where there was an attempt on his life while he was in Washington at a formal dinner or a meeting or whatever. He had a 21-year-old young white guy who decided to go to Florida in Mar-a-Lago and show up with gasoline can and with a rifle. And the service undercover people took him out. But I don't recollect Trump even bringing the guy up. But there's danger galore around and surrounding what Trump is doing. Is it the right thing, what he's doing? I'm not clear on it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know nothing about war. I don't think about war. I don't have a bone in my body that thinks about unaliving people. I don't have that thought in me. So it's not easy for me to wrap my mind around how warring is and how people do what they need to do to strategize or do whatever. But I just know that we are sitting ducks with all these people that are already here. And not a lot of people are happy about what Trump's doing. And a lot of people feel like they have nothing to lose because they have nothing to gain going back where they're from. They feel like, we are sitting pretty in their mind here in America. That's why they came. And they would like to, disrupt what we got going on, out of envy and hate. So it's very imperative that we just understand the times that we're in and not take it lightly, and understand that Trump may be speaking from a standpoint of being bold, but not necessarily being accurate to the extent in which he's trying to display to us. I don't know, though. Let me see what you guys have to say before I continue. Thank you all for being here. If you have not yet, please hit that like button. I would greatly appreciate it. All right. Definitely not a million, but definitely about 100K sleeper cells. That's a lot, though. If it's not a million, that's still a lot. And a lot of damage can happen behind that. We have the dude has lost it. Okay. Okay. America seems safe to me. All right. I'm glad my time in the military is over just in time. I know that's right. I know you ain't trying to sign up anytime soon. And M. Bayer says this is a Christian country. It's a little bit more than that, though, at this point in time, to be factual about it. Shadow says, hold your breath for 2 hours. No, I can't do that. PD says, epic fall on his face. Tyler says, hormones. Magla says, please no more we know, idiot. And Love from Iran, a person is saying that they are in Iran and they love Trump. I hope that what your love is, what you have for him is going to hold, in the next week or two, because it seems like he's just getting warmed up. Epic Golden Fall Part 2, divided population. U.S. says repetitive BS doesn't make it real. Grant Cassie says. Tyler says, or they've been gone for months. LOL, bingo since October. Chance says, look up Gladio armies. They're all over the world, private armies. They've been caught like 30 times since the 50s. Is that right? I never heard of that. Gladio armies, okay? How are you doing? Or Melinda, thank you for being here. Tyler says Fort Campbell has 30,000 active military personnel plus families, pretty large fort. And also says, I wonder what the password into their fort is. I don't know. All right. We're about to get to the better part of him answering questions. I like this segment where people are, asking him questions. I did take note on one of the questions that they asked, that he kind of hurried up and bypassed it quickly. But I want you guys to hear what he had to say. Please hit that like button. Let's go.
Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
You're talking
but soon.
about days?
I think so.
Okay, and with respect
Very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are 2 levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But 2 levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
With respect to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. It sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
There's footage that shows that an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
It's believed that America is the person that, or the people that sent out the Tomahawk to the school, that he is trying to make it seem like we can't figure it out. I kind of believe that he knows that we were involved in being the people that, shot down the school. And he's just trying to divert that information from being understood for whatever reason. But according to the New York Times, this was fragments of U.S.-made missile seen in photos taken by Iran near deadly school strike is what it's saying. Iranian state media posted mangled remnants it claims were from the February 28 attacks in Menab. An analyst shows they have the markings of a missile made by American manufacturers. This mangled missile fragments purporting to be from the deadly strikes that hit a naval base, an elementary school in southern Iran on February 28th bear the markings of an American cruise missile, according to an analysis by the New York Times. Photos of the fragments were posted to Telegram by Iran's state broadcaster and were characterized as showing the remains of the American missile that landed on the children of Menab School. The debris is displayed on a table near the shell of the Shajara Tayyaba Elementary School, most of which was destroyed in a precision strike. According to the earlier analysis by the Times, at least 175 people, most of them children, were reportedly killed. While it is not clear where or how the fragments were recovered or whether they were Whether they pertain specifically to the school strike, they contain serial numbers and other details that are consistent with how the Department of Defense and its suppliers categorize and label munitions. The remnants appear to be from the U.S.-made Tomahawk cruise missile manufactured in 2014 or later. Evidence analyzed by the New York Times has been mounting that the school was hit during a series of U.S. strikes targeting an adjacent naval base. On Sunday, a video was uploaded by Iran's semi-official Mar news agency that the Times and other outlets identified as the Tomahawk cruise missile striking a medical building in the naval base. The Pentagon categorized the Tomahawk as a precision-guided munition. So it seems that people are gathering evidence to say that this has come from America. It is not like Trump is trying to make it seem like it's not really clearly understood by whom it could be from. I think he should get ahead of it and say something, like it wasn't done on purpose or whatever, to display, a little bit of humanity if that's the mistake that they made. It just looks kind of bad to kind of put it underneath the rug and kind of distract from answering the question about whether or not it was American or not. In my opinion, I'm not censoring your comment. I haven't even been looking at the comments. I'm just looking right now. You said Satan worshipers, best USA. I'm not a Satan worshiper. No. You said he's still small. Well, could because we buy, sell, and trade to others, Jay says. So yeah, our name is on the bombs, but that don't mean we dropped it. Okay. Hi there. How are you doing, Success Express? Thank you for being here. And no, I'm not censoring your comments. Sometimes YouTube automatically censors, I guess, and deletes comments. It's not from me. It's from YouTube, not myself. But let's get back to that. I really feel like we might have been the people that have caused the unaliving of children, but Trump is not trying to answer that. And, I think he should get in front of it and just deal with it personally.
Other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be?
Well, I think you could say both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You said you've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America, and we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men and women's sports and no transgender mutilation of our children. We don't want it's the mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as
I can't help but agree with him on this part. Looking at how the Democrats have been moving, bringing in so many illegals to try to have them replace Black American votes by allowing illegals and aliens to vote in our place. I really feel like it should be only citizens allowed to vote personally. I don't think people that don't have nothing to do with the blood, sweat, and tears of America and the legacy of America should have any say in what happens here in America. Because again, if you give them the vote and they come in here in mass number, they cancel the American voice. And that doesn't make sense. Nobody else would allow that to happen. So I am on the side of Trump in that regard. And I feel that the Democrats are disingenuous about, lying that, Black people can't have identifications. We all have identifications for so many other things that we have to do. So they're playing dumb. But there's a Senate Majority Leader, John Thune. He made it clear on Tuesday that the elections bill known as the Save American Act faces an unlikely path to passage, reiterating his skepticism about the bill's chances as President Trump threatens a legislative blockade until Congress approves the measure, which is going to really make it hard for people that are struggling. And the Democrats don't care because they don't care about Americans. So there's going to be a whole host of people that's going to be under a lot of pressure and unpredictable situations. It also reads, according to CBS News, that there are no easy ways to do this, Thune told reporters Tuesday. Believe me, we've examined all the options. The legislation, which the House passed last month, would require proof of citizenship to register to vote, along with photo ID to cast a ballot. But Mr. Trump has demanded that the legislation go further and ban all mail-in ballots. So it says. I thought he said that you could mail in if you were, traveling or sick, disabled, or overseas somewhere. I thought Trump said that, but according to what they're saying here, they're claiming that he is banning all mail-in ballots, which he didn't say, but that's what they're saying here. He has also pushed to include restrictions on transgender athletes participating in women's sports and on gender-affirming surgeries for minors. That's a no-brainer. Why would we want to have men dressed up as women playing in women's sports when they're not women? I just think that is totally ridiculous, and it doesn't. I don't get it. I don't get why the Democrats are putting everything on that to disrespect women. These men who want to be classified as women are trying to take over the category of being a woman. It's ridiculous, but that's my opinion. On Sunday, the president said in a post on Truth Social that he would not sign other legislation until the Save American Act is passed, saying it supersedes everything else and must be done immediately. The White House clarified that he would make an exception for funding the Department of Homeland Security, which remains shut down, which we definitely need to have open because we have too many people among us. We have sleeper cells among us. The Democrats don't care about the dangers. They only care about getting as many voters that's going to vote Democrats. And this is why a lot of Black Americans are falling out with the Democrats, because we are finally waking up to their stupidity and ridiculousness. It goes on to read that Democrats widely oppose the Save American Act, warning that its proof of citizenship requirements could disenfranchise millions of eligible voters, which I don't believe. And with 53 Republicans in the Senate, support from across the aisle would be needed to reach the 60 vote threshold to advance the legislation under the normal process. Senate Republican leaders have instead faced pressure for weeks from the right flank of the GOP to move the bill forward through what's known as a talking filibuster. The maneuver would sidestep the need for 60 votes, but it would gum up the Senate floor for weeks and require near unanimous support from the GOP conference. Thune, a South Dakota Republican, outlined to reporters on Monday that based on previous efforts, he finds it very hard to see the maneuver resulting in passage of the bill. You have to have unified support, not only in support of the ultimate goal, which is the Save American Act, but on the process to be able to defeat amendments that would undo the legislation in the first place. Thune said we can't find a piece of legislation in history that's been passed that way. The president doubled down on his demands later Monday, stressing the importance of passing the legislation during the news conference. So, man, it just a lot is going on. So much is happening, and nobody wants to be fair and decent. Everybody wants it their way or no way, and it's really going to be a hard situation to fix, but here we go.
As an example, virtually nobody has nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They owe it. You know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest, and we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Has Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S.? There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Leader, do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Thank you, sir. You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been
I like the idea of internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. We don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that can be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. Now, when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Points of disagreement between yourself and your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back.
Sir, you said you're considering seizing the Strait of Hormuz. Is there a timeline for that?
About the Strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries, because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if China feels that way. I think that they probably feel that Trump is overstepping and mingling into deals that they were involved in before he did what he did to Iran and what he did to Venezuela and what he's planning on doing to, I guess, Cuba next. And, you know, I think 6 months ago, he threatened Haiti, barbecue leader. So I don't know where this is supposed to end, but it just seems like he is just getting started, and he has a list of things to do, which again is going to make us increasingly more wide open for others to want to do damage to American people. So I'm trying to let y'all know that, in my opinion, that we got to prepare ourselves for the worst, and not believe dumbly that you are secure in America and nothing's ever going to happen. Every day you turn on the TV or you turn on social media, you hear of different shootings and mass shootings and other things that are escalating out of the blue. So you got to like take heed on the times that we're in, which is very, very dangerous and serious. Not to forget that there's an ongoing debate and argument about the birthright citizenship. I want to show a little bit of that a little bit later. But people are really, well, Trump in particular is really trying to set the boundaries on who can be considered American or not. And a lot of people have taken for granted that have come over here from other places that if they just land in America somehow that they could have the rights and privileges of America. And I don't believe that that should have ever been allowed. I never thought that that was going on until it was brought up by Trump. I had no awares that we would be so irresponsible to allow people to utilize our Constitution and basically be able to pimp and hustle the system. And Trump is trying to do away with that, which I am in agreement with what he is attempting to do. That's another thing that I'm backing him on. I don't believe that people that are foreign with other allegiances to other jurisdictions, to other places, should have a fair shake at becoming American just like me, that didn't have nothing to add to America origins and beginning. I'm sorry, no. But let me see what you guys have to say before I continue. You said, where is BB? Is he dead? I don't think so, Stephen. What's up, Adia and 337? How are you? Private libraries, hope so. He would not be missed. Okay. And Leigh Smith says, nope, lies. Helly says, everything done for Israel. That's the argument for a lot of some of the conservatives that are not on the bandwagon of a MAGA supporter. I've taken heed with Candace Owens and others, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly and others do believe that Israel is doing too much in our land. They have too much of an influence, and I'm starting to understand what they mean. I haven't been paying attention until as of late, but it does seem like Trump is heavily influenced by Israel, and that's not good. He should be his own man, making up his own mind for the betterment of America as a whole, separate from other countries. I don't think that you should be beholden to another country over your own country. That's kind of lost to me. But yeah, people have been bringing this up, and I'm listening to other voices as to what they feel, and I'm taking heed to what is being said. But yeah, it does seem a little bit weird what is going on with the relationship with America and Israel. You said we have a good relationship with China. I'm not quite sure that is true. You said we're at a 7-front war right now. For those who don't know, a 7-front war, what does that mean? Dave Miller says you start off thinking, I think, but do you know the truth? What does that mean? Critical says, what are those 7 fronts? Yeah, what is the 7 fronts? Let me know that. And Critical says it's easy enough to get a green card that only a criminal would choose not to. Okay. Helly says Venezuela, Somali. Helly says Revelation 2:9. Know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know that blasphemy of them which say they are lose and are not, I guess you meant Jews and they're not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Okay. Jody says, need the ones stealing the money, that money from taxpayer and payers in jail. And my bad, said Somalia twice. Okay, thank you for that. But it's very interesting. I have to be honest, my eyes are starting to be a little bit woken with paying attention to what America is doing with Israel. I know we give them so much money every year just because. And, you can't say nothing against them without having your channel taken down, or something happening to, like, celebrities, like what's his name, Kanye West had mentioned something against the small hats, and he was forced to give an apology, and he lost a lot of money with saying things in reference to them. And it just really is something I can't really wrap my head around, why they have so much power. But yeah, people are bringing up that America is heavily influenced by the small hats over there in Israel. So I am paying attention, and I want to get more information. If you guys have more stuff to have me look up to understand, let me know, because I am totally lost in a lot of ways in that regard, because I never thought about it before. You said Genesis 15:13, and he said unto Abraham, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Wow. Man, that's wild right there. So it kind of seems biblical from what you're showcasing. Wow. All right. But I guess I should pay more attention to what Candace is talking about, because she is saying a lot of stuff as of late. For those that don't know, she's saying a lot of stuff. But let's get back to this. Is almost concluding. Trump holding this news conference, and then we'll go on to what the Supreme Court, or rather the Senate, was debating on in reference to the Supreme Court deciding upon the birthright citizenship. That's going to be the biggest situation that's going to be coming up. I believe June or July, we're supposed to be heard about canceling the birthright citizenship, and that's going to affect a lot of people that have taken advantage of the system here in America. And I believe that Trump has a right to do what he's doing, because there's too many people over here with ill will intention that are over here to take advantage of the system. And I don't think that any country can survive allowing people to take advantage of their resources like this.
But hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Supreme Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does, because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please.
war's almost over, though?
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will I help
people?
them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. They're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
So what do y'all think about that? Honestly, what do y'all, whew, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in, I will say. There's even, I guess I could show the latest in what he was saying, because he was just asked again various questions in regards to the Iran war and whatnot. So I guess I could play this little clip of what he was saying before I move forward, so that we just in the know of the latest thing that Trump had to say. Is he going to admit to being the culprits that did indeed shoot down the school there in Iran? Or is he going to keep on saying that it needs to be investigated? Because I don't think it should take that long to investigate whether or not you were the people that shot out the school with the tomahawk. I don't think it should take that long. But let's see what he has to say.
Day 11, and as you know, we're doing something that nobody ever thought was possible to do. Our military is the best, it's the most powerful in the world, and they're hitting them very hard. This is 47 years of abuse and killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people. What is it, Peter?
What more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we can take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use as straight up or
I think they should. I think they should use it. In my opinion, look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone. Bottom of the sea.
How do you laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader, you know? He's a leader, he's got to get him. It's the most popular bill I've ever seen put before Congress. And it's voter ID and it's voter, you have to be able to be a citizen to vote. It's called citizenship. And we're also adding in no men playing in women's sports, no transgender mutilization of our children, and no mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots. We have none of that, except in the case of the military, etc. I would say it is the
Save America Act is the most popular bill I think I've ever put before Congress.
Nas 347, you said we all Iranian love you. Thank you. Can you please tell me in the chat room, why are you backing Trump? Because I don't I don't fully understand. I did look up a little bit of history with the last leader since 1979 that took away a lot of women's rights and made their life a living hell, as far as what they were able to do and if they made mistakes and how they were made to be a public example and embarrassed and like flogged. I don't know if until the death or not, but 50 floggings or 100 floggings for men for adultery and other things that they did. If they're what is it, Habab or Jeed, whatever came off their head or something like that, they would be struck. I know that, but I don't understand fully if you guys feel confident that you will be able to move forward with a government after Trump does what he's trying to do now, and how you can fully love him without understanding how the future may not be as clearly understood as you might think. Can you please point out or put in the chat room why you love the fact that he has bogarted and taken over Iran to make us understand a little bit better? And I will read what you're saying because I'm clueless. I don't get it. Truly, I don't get it.
Declare victory in this war if the supreme leader remains the Ayatollah's son.
I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to comment. But I will tell you, I just spoke with various countries, the leaders of various countries. You'll have a list. And they said they've never seen anything like it. We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody close.
About a domestic terrorist? We're not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia were not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Why was that? And should they come in the future to the event?
I think they were invited. Maybe they didn't come. I think they were. I get along very well with all of them.
In Iraqi parliament, students, members slogan, take to America, take to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament, slogan, date of America, date of Israel, member of the parliament.
Death to America, death to Israel. What's your response?
That's not a nice question.
Mr. President, did Spain give in after you told them that you would commerce ties with them? Are they cooperating with the United States? Spain.
No, they're not. I think they're not cooperating at all. Spain, I think they've been very bad. Very bad. Not good at all. We may cut off trade with Spain.
You guys all trade with them?
I don't know what Spain's doing. They've been very bad to NATO. They get protected. They don't want to pay their fair share. And they've been that way for many years, actually. Let me give you the good news. The people of Spain are fantastic. The leadership, like you. The leadership, not so good.
Lebanon is under attack, and Hezbollah is making dangers for the Lebanese, especially the Lebanese Christians. What is your message for Lebanon?
Well, we're working on it very hard. We love Lebanon. We love the people of Lebanon, and we're working very hard. We got to get rid of the Hezbollah. Has been a disaster for many years.
So in other words, he is not done by a long shot from what he is saying. I mean, he's talking about Cuba, Lebanon. I'm pretty sure Haiti is on the list. I'm curious if African leaders are shivering in their boots about what could be awaiting, what Trump's going to be doing to Nigeria or any other place. I'm just fascinated on how this is all moving so quick. But man, this is crazy. You said Trump investigated voter fraud on his first term and they found nothing. Maybe he doesn't remember. Is that right, Michael? How are you doing, John and Takey? You said orange, schizophrenic. Okay. All right. I think that's enough. Trump has said enough to let y'all know that he is not done by a long shot, and things are wide open for him to continue doing what he thinks he needs to go do. I want to transition now to talk a little bit about the birthright citizenship hearing by the Senate Judiciary Committee that happened, I believe, yesterday or the day before. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it was about 2 hours almost long, and that's a little bit long, but I want to play a little bit of the best parts of it to let you hear the arguments. And I would like to get you guys' opinion about how you feel. Do you believe that the birthright citizenship is anybody that somehow makes it to America and is born on the soil of America? Are they deserving a citizenship right? I don't personally believe that is fair. I don't think that that is right and just. I think that it was meant for my people, Black Americans, who actually fought. They went through a whole horrific situation called slavery. They went through war as well, and they sacrificed and fought and overcame to get what they got. And it's kind of disrespectful to my ancestors for people just to aimlessly land in America and acquire a birthright that they didn't work for. I don't think that we could really be a full-fledged country for a duration of time if it continues the way that it has been going. And I'm kind of happy that Trump is calling it out now, because the Democrats were never going to call it out, because all they care about is staying in power. All they care about is the numbers and keeping as many people that's under their domain of power. And I think that Trump is looking long-term in reference to who should be considered American and who loves America, who would have allegiance to America. I don't think that if you come from another place that you're going to have the same allegiance as somebody like myself that don't know no other place but here, period. People that come from somewhere else that has flags to somewhere else and they have people over there in another place is not going to look at America the same way as someone that doesn't know another place, period. So I think that it's better to jump on it now before, it's coming up to 250 years that America has been in existence coming up. And it's best to get a grip over what has been going on probably for 50, 60 years. And he's the first person bold enough to say something, which I actually appreciate. So I don't believe in everything that Trump's doing, but when it comes to the birthright citizenship and it comes to immigration that's been going on kind of like very loosely and kind of like without no control or vetting, it should be rolled back and should be controlled better. That's what I'm on the side of Trump. And that's what I voted for. I voted for him to cause restraints to come about to disallow people from being able to take advantage of our country. I don't want to see America become a third world country. I don't want other people that have other ambitions to take over America and rule over Americans. I don't want to see that in my lifetime. So I'm on the side of him doing what's right for Americans overall. But I would like you guys' opinion. Let me know how you feel. And as you hear these arguments, which I'm only going to play about a few, let me know what you think and how they're arguing their points. But the real argument will be in the Supreme Court coming up in June or July, I believe.
And the director of the Immigration, Migration, and Human Rights Program from 2022. She has many academic awards and publications. And before she entered academia...
So she is a pro anything goes type of thing for anybody that lands on American soil. If you made it on this soil and you gave birth, she believes, as a Democrat, I believe she is, that everybody has a right to the 14th Amendment. And I'm not on her side. So let's listen to what she has to say.
Academia, Frost clerk for Judge Raymond Randolph of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, worked as a staff attorney and public citizen, and also worked as a legislative fellow for the Senate Judiciary Committee right here in this room, and then chaired by Senator Ted Kennedy. She has a BA from Harvard and a JD from Harvard Law School. Welcome. And Alejandro Baronico. Now, did I pronounce your name right? I did, good. A Marine, two brothers who were Marines. And you are out of the Marines, honorable discharge after service, including in Afghanistan, as I understand it. And you were there at that chaotic end. And your dad raised you and your brothers, your mom, and the three brothers all became Marines. And you're back and you're working yourself as a landscaper, as I understand it. And you work during the week and are starting to learn to get certified about this. And your dad was, and he was arrested when he was on his second landscaping job on a Saturday at an IHOP. And as I understand it, he did those things. So we look forward to hearing about what the shock was to you when you got the news that your father had been arrested. And thank you so much for your service to the country, and also thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's the tradition of this committee to swear in the witnesses who testify before it, so please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give to this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We'll recognize Mr. Cooper first.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Schmidt, Ranking Member Welch, and distinguished members of the committee. The scope of the citizenship clause depends on the original meaning of the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, as the chairman has mentioned. And because the term jurisdiction is ambiguous, one must look to the history of its use in the clause to help determine its original meaning. And further, because the central purpose of the citizenship clause was to constitutionalize the citizenship provision of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the search must begin with the text and history of that act. The Civil Rights Act granted citizenship at birth to persons, quote, born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, close quote. The act on its face thus excludes from birthright citizenship American-born children of temporary foreign visitors and illegal aliens, because the child's foreign parents, and thus the child, are by definition subject to a foreign power. Any possible doubt about this is removed by the act's congressional history. The citizenship provision of the act was introduced by Senator Lyman Trumbull, who explained that it would make citizens of everybody born in the United States who owe allegiance to the United States, and it would exclude from citizenship the children of, quote, persons temporarily resident in the United States whom we would have no right to make citizens, end quote. The Senate debate focused mainly on the citizenship of American Indians, and there was general agreement among the senators that Indians who belong to the Indian tribes should be excluded from birthright citizenship under the act because they owed allegiance to the tribe, a quasi-foreign nation, they said. And the Indians, therefore, were not regarded as part of our people, as part of our population, end quote. Trumbull made clear that the act's disqualification of the birthright citizenship applies not only to tribal Indians, but to everyone. As he explained, if a black man or a white man belonged to a foreign government, he would not be a citizen. Senator Reverdy Johnson likewise added, all black persons born in the United States who were not subject to any foreign power would become citizens by virtue of birth. What was not said in the debate is equally revealing. No one argued that foreign citizens temporarily visiting the United States are regarded as part of our people rather than part of the people of a foreign power. No one suggested that a child born to such foreigners while visiting here should be entitled to citizenship at birth. And no one even mentioned the English common law doctrine of jus soli. Just 2 months after passage of the Civil Rights Act, the 14th Amendment was taken up by the same 39th Congress, and Senator Jacob Howard moved to add the citizenship clause. The language he proposed differed from that of the Civil Rights Act. The phrase, not subject to any foreign power, was replaced by the phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the change in language was clearly not intended to abruptly change the meaning and thereby to invalidate the Civil Rights Act's express disqualification of children of foreigners owing allegiance to a foreign power. As Senators Howard and Trumbull emphasized, the new language is simply declaratory of the law of the land already, the Civil Rights Act. And the object to be arrived at is...
And as y'all know, the Civil Rights Act, again, was in conjunction to the ancestors of old that were enslaved on this land, that went through unbelievable plights and fights to be able to be recognized as being human and citizens eventually. For other people to come from other places to assume those rights as if they're us is blasphemy to me. I don't think that they should be compared as the same because they're not. And people like to play dumb like they don't understand because they're benefiting off the backs of my ancestors. And I'm glad and happy that Trump is trying to put a halt to this ridiculousness because there's just too many people here in America that should not be here, that don't have goodwill intentions for being here. They don't care nor love or care for Americans as a whole. In fact, many people that come over here are anti-Black American. So I don't have any qualms with prohibiting people that don't have a love for America or nor a love for Black Americans. And I think that they should make their landmass great wherever they're from. Why can't they take up arms and deal with their governments from where they came from? Why can't they sacrifice in their own home country like we had to do? Why are they feeding off the vapors of my ancestors and feeding off of us like parasites to benefit off of the backs of us? That should not be allowed. But I believe that this was orchestrated by mostly the Democrats, people that had ulterior motives of trying to usurp power and maintain power by allowing these illegals to come through and have power to vote and have a presence here in America and basically just obstruct Americans from even having a say on what happens on their own homeland. This is our homeland. I know that there are people that would like to believe that me being a Black American is not a true American, but I'm more American than you. That's trying to come over here and hustle the system, trying to get a green card, trying to hurry up and get married to someone that you could care less about. You don't have no skin in the game. You don't have no blood, sweat, and tears in this landmass. So I don't look at you, in my opinion, as being ever an American. You are opportunist. You are an enabler to take advantage of the system as is until it's corrected. And I'm glad that Trump is trying to do the right thing and correct what has been going on wrong because it's not right. Let's go.
Same. Instead, The language was changed to address concerns once again relating to the American Indians. As Trumbull stated emphatically, the new language means subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States. What do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Trumbull asked. Not owing allegiance to anybody else. And it cannot be said of any Indian who owes allegiance to some tribal government that he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So the dissenting opinion in Wong Kim Ark was right. As the dissenting justices said, the Civil Rights Act was passed and the 14th Amendment proposed by the same Congress. And it is not open to reasonable doubt that the words subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the 14th Amendment were used as synonymous with the words and not subject to any foreign power of the Civil Rights Act. The bottom line, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, is this. American-born children of foreign visitors and illegal aliens are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are therefore not entitled to birthright citizenship. Thank you.
And I concur. And it does not mean that I am a racist, because I cannot be. I'm Black American. I have no power to impose anything on anybody. I can't force immigrants to leave or come. I have no power, but I do have an opinion. And my opinion is, if you do not have the same jurisdiction and you do not have and share the same allegiance to America as I do solely, how are you to be deemed the same as me? That's not fair for you to be able to put on different hats and play different roles and have different identifications, as a lot of people seem to do that are immigrants, playing the part of being in and out of Blackness whenever they want, and playing to be other identifications from other places, wagging their finger and carrying another flag, talking about their home countries that they don't even care to be at, but they brag about they're better because they're from these other places. Yet they don't want to stay in those other places and make it better and sacrifice like we had to do 400 or 500 years ago. It's not right. It's not fair. Again, people should have the same allegiance. And if you do not have the same allegiance to America as I and my folks do, then you can't be just like I am. I'm sorry. It doesn't work out that way. And I hope to goodness that the birthright citizenship will be revised, period.
Thank you. Professor Frost.
Chairman Schmidt, Ranking Member Welch, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the meaning and significance of the 14th Amendment.
Now, this person, obviously, I'm going to let y'all know she's a left-leaning buffoon, liberal, fanatic, someone that just doesn't want to deal with reality, someone that has another agenda that is not in line with liking and loving America as an American. So you're going to hear her waltz around the conversation, but I don't agree with nothing that comes from her mouth. Let's go.
Citizenship clause. Some provisions of the U.S. Constitution are vague or ambiguous, but the Citizenship Clause is not one of them. The text, the legislative history, and the original public understanding all confirm that the Citizenship Clause applies to everyone born in the United States, with narrow exceptions, the only relevant one today being for the children of...
It should not be for people that have decided to get on a plane knowing that they're almost about to have a baby, and they get on a plane just in the nick of time to be born, which they have been doing for decades. I believe that's called birth tourism. And that's something that she doesn't want to fess up to. And this is why I don't like Democrats, because they're not very honest. You know, we know that they're liars. These people that came over here just for the purpose of having a baby in the nick of time. came here with ill will intentions to take advantage of the system. And it's time to stop the madness.
Diplomats. And by the way, they did say this in the legislative history. We have Senator Conness saying that the citizenship clause applied to children of, quote, all parentage whatever, end quote. They also, we all agree, especially distinguished children of diplomats. There would have been no need to carve out that group if, in fact, anyone who is the child of a visiting immigrant would not be a citizen. Because of that, the Supreme Court precedent stretching back 127 years has also affirmed what everyone understood at the time. The citizenship clause applies to everyone with those narrow exceptions. Again, the only relevant one being children of diplomats. In fact, in Wonky-Mark, the Supreme Court held that, and it's repeatedly held that and restated that in a case in 1957, 1966, and 1985. Again and again, it confirms what we already know. Every court to address President Trump's executive order, unsurprisingly, has rejected it, including judges appointed by nominated by Republican presidents, such as John Kuhnhauer, who was nominated by Reagan and who declared it to be blatantly unconstitutional. So I'm not going to spend any more time today discussing the legality of the executive order. It's clearly unconstitutional and illegal. I'm going to talk about the consequences of the executive order were to go into effect. First, it would immediately take away citizenship from 250,000 children born every year, who would be born, some of them stateless, potentially deported from the country day one of their lives, with no access to the rights and privileges of citizenship. And by the way, a recent Pew Research poll asked Americans whether they wanted children of immigrants, temporary immigrants, or any immigrants lawfully present in the United States to be citizens. 94% said yes.
And that is a lie. Ain't no 94% is wanting vagabond immigrants and illegals to come over here and take advantage over the American people with jobs and houses and housing and all of those things. She is a fucking liar. This is what I don't like about Democrats, because they squawk stuff that don't make sense. Apparently, they didn't ask enough of us to get the relevant information, because ain't nobody in their right mind is going to be like, yeah, let anybody and everybody over here. The fuck is she talking about?
There's hardly anything else the country agrees on as much as the fact that this executive order is unconstitutional. In addition, it would require every child born in the United States, that's 3.5 million children a year, they'd all be born presumptively non-citizens. They would all be born with their parents now required to prove the parents' citizenship and ancestry, perhaps going back for generations, in order for the child to be established as a citizen, putting those kinds of paperwork burdens on families at a vulnerable moment, on hospital officials, on state officials, and on our already overburdened immigration.
What do you mean about how do I know? It's common sense, Tony. Ain't nobody gonna sign on with the notion of having anybody from anywhere come over here to become citizens. You didn't talk to enough of us. Obviously, you didn't talk to the right ones. And if you are only picking out the people that's agreeing with you, I guess there's going to be a higher percentage of agreement. But you did not just blindly pick out a population of people to ask that question, because if you did, ain't nobody going to agree with people coming over here just because and becoming citizens, because there's no blessing or benefit for illegals or people to be made citizens just because. Where is the benefit? Let me know where that benefit is. It doesn't exist.
Officials. So what's the problem? Why would we need this executive order that Americans in polls say they don't like, and that has been struck down by every court as unconstitutional and illegal? Well, the problem that I'm guessing we're going to address today is this problem, which I'll put in quotes, of birth tourism. Well, a couple things about birth tourism. First is that, according to Mr. Schweitzer's book, no one really knows how many people are birth tourists, so we don't have numbers. The citizenship, Mark Krikorian, who's been a witness here before, has estimated that it's less than 1% of the children born in the United States are birth tourist children. So it doesn't seem like this is a huge problem, but if it is, there is an easy fix, which is there's a law.
And so she says the lowest number possible, 1%. Really, really, really. Come on. Like, according to what I'm finding as of May 14, 2025, there are 32 countries giving birthright citizenship. Let me see if I can find, let me look this up. Hold on. I don't like dishonest people. People that just skirting around the truth. Okay, so this says birth tourism is the practice of traveling to another country or city for the purpose of giving birth in that country. The main reason for birth tourism is to obtain citizenship for the child in a country with birthright citizenship. So they just come waltzing in, plopping their baby into the soil of America and expecting to get citizenship just because they showed up. It says such a child is sometimes called an anchor baby if their citizenship is intended to help their parents obtain permanent residency in the country, which is a hustle, another way of hustling. And other reasons for birth tourism include access to public schooling, health care, sponsorship for the parents in the future, hedge against corruption and political instability in the parents' home country. Popular destinations include the United States and Canada. Another target for birth tourism is Hong Kong, where some mainland Chinese residents travel to give birth to gain right of abode for their children. Again, they are benefiting more than the actual Americans are able to benefit. They're given more opportunities and advancements just for being disrespectful and bogarting into America. And that's what Trump is trying to say. No, we ain't doing that no more. You had your way for so long and we're cutting that shit out. And that's the right thing to do. You guys can agree or disagree. I don't care, but I'm on the side of Trump in this regard. It says, in an effort to discourage birth tourism, Ireland restricted citizenship by birth to those where at least one parent is a citizen of the country by passing the 27th Amendment of the Constitution of Ireland in 2004. On the other hand, Germany traditionally only used jus sanguinis, but has introduced a conditional citizenship by birth in 2000. Again, we have every right to make adjustments when we understand what fraudsters and schemers have been able to do. I did talk about in another video of a content creator that is from, I believe, Uganda, who bragged about coming to America to have her baby not that long ago by the name of Miss Trudy. She bragged about landing in America. She claimed that she had problems with bearing her child and whatnot, but her husband or boyfriend or baby daddy, whatever he is, had a lot of money because he was a very popular YouTuber, and she could have went anywhere else in Africa to bear her child. But no, everybody wants to come to America. Everybody wants to anchor themselves in America. And then we as Black Americans are having the issue of these foreign Blacks claiming to be us, claiming to have our identity. We're fighting for our own identity right now as I speak. We're fighting to be considered uniquely us here in America because we are bombarded with so many foreign Black folks that have decided to come up over here and utilize the Black American and African American term, hijacking it, which is basically trying to erase us in our identity. And I'm pissed about it. I don't think that they should have the right to do what they're doing, but that they're getting away with doing it. And so now we're having this debate and this delineation movement among us, where we don't want to be associated with calling ourselves African American or even simply Black American anymore, because everybody's using our identity. Obama, who is not a Black American, he's half Kenyan and half white, claimed to be the first African American president, has no lineage to the slave trade here in America, has no blood ties whatsoever to my ancestors of this landmass. And then we had to deal with the stupidity of hearing that Kamala Harris try to play that card, try to play like she was an African American when she's half Indian, Irish, and Jamaican, has nothing to do with American ties, but everybody has been running to hijack African American and Black American, and is forcing the true Americans such as myself to now seek identifications that is not theirs. We're calling ourselves foundational Black American or indigenous American Blacks or American descendants of slaves, because we are tired of all these foreigners hijacking our identity and claiming to be us, claiming to share our history, claiming to share our plight and our fight, trying to represent us, and they're not us. And then they get into office and they do us any kind of way, with abandoning us, ignoring us, and dealing with other immigrants over us. That's what we got going on today. This is why I'm so adamant against these people coming up over here getting citizenship like it's nothing. They didn't do nothing to get it but show up. And I'm against that bullshit. I'm sorry if y'all feel another way. I do not care. But let me play a little clip of this woman who is flying to America just to simply deliver. And Trump needs to get a hold of this type of video to showcase how these Africans are over here in America hustling the system and bragging about it.
What's up, Mo? Okay.
Anyway, it's fall here in Atlanta, and it's been really cold. However, today the sun is out, and where we're going is about 30 minutes away from here.
The last time I came was so...
Your mama sounds slow, 315. Take your bitch ass on, okay? I'm gonna show you how slow I am, bitch. You timed out for the rest of the time. Bye, ho.
Green, man.
Yeah.
I came in summer, so it's green everywhere.
Yeah, now the leaves are falling from the trees and it's getting cold. And I've been told it's only gonna get colder. Yeah, so come along, guys. You can see the trees are not as green as they were initially. They were very, very green.
Again, she came here specifically for the purposes of being up in Atlanta to bear her child in the nick of time so that her child can become a citizen in America. These two people are from Africa. They should not claim an identification anywhere similar to mine. And this is why we are delineating, because these disrespectful ass Africans and immigrants that come over here trying to mask themselves behind our identification, and they think that we shouldn't say a goddamn thing about it. I'm sick of these people.
And see they're turning brown and falling, the leaves. Hey guys, so finally at the guy's place, I came in, we had to wait for a minute, only 30 minutes, so then I went, they took my weight, and then I went to PH and I have to pee so they can check to see if everything is okay. And then they checked my pressure, I think it was okay, and then now I'm in this room, I'm waiting to see the doctor. So that's what is going on so far. And guys, by the way, I'm at 34 weeks. only 3 weeks to go. The fact that it's at 7. And I will be done. That's crazy. But then I might also, the doctor, my baby might come at 37 weeks or at 38. It depends, but I'm not supposed to go past 38 weeks because of the previous surgeries that I've done before. So,
Again, I don't give a damn how hard it's been for her to have a child. She and her husband or baby daddy, whatever he is, got more than enough money to go around in Africa somewhere else to bear that child. But they always choose America, and then they get upset that Black Americans, such as myself, who is identifying myself as Indigenous American Black, does not want these immigrants claiming our identity because they are basically stripping us of our identity. Very disrespectful it is, and they don't see no problems with it. They have their own specific identification, their own lineage, their own flag, but somehow when they come to America, they don't think Black Americans such as myself should feel some kind of way about them sharing our identification. The government has allowed them to do, and we're sick of these clowns doing it. And we are now standing up and saying no more. We are calling out these fraudsters. We're calling out these liars. And I am praying and hoping that the birthright citizenship will be addressed so that these people can't get away with this bullshit any longer, because we shouldn't have to bear any weight behind what they're doing and consider them us. They're not us. Just like I can't be them if I went to visit over there in Africa. I can't all of a sudden become a Ugandan. I can't all of a sudden become a Ghanaian. I don't have the language, the customs, the culture, nothing to identify myself as them. So why is it okay for them to claim my identity? That's bogus, that's bullshit, and that's what a big uproar is going on social media with many of my people who is Indigenous American Blacks or foundational Black Americans are having an issue with foreign Blacks trying to conceal their identity in my identity, being very disrespectful and basically stealing from us, stealing our identity to benefit themselves. And that's not cool.
There is an easy fix, which is there's a law on the books, 21 CFR 41.31, which makes it illegal to enter the United States on a tourist visa for the purpose of giving birth and empowers immigration officials to deny a visibly pregnant woman entry into the United States if they believe she will give birth during her visit. So as this suggests, if we do have a problem with birth tourism, and I don't think there's any evidence that we do, but if we do, then the solution is to...
I just showed you that we do. So this woman is playing dumb, as they all continually do. They know the truth, but they try to say, I don't know nothing about that. I never heard that people did that. They do it on a fucking regular. Asians, Chinese do it on a regular. Africans do it on a regular. Everybody from all over the globe has been doing it on a regular. But these people have no righteousness about them. They have no truth within them, and they're just lying fools.
Force the law on the books and not to deprive American families of the citizenship of their children born on U.S. soil, or force them to prove their lineage or lose their citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Werman.
You're right, Albert, that many others are doing it as well. I just mentioned the Asians are doing it. Chinese have a big birth tourism thing going on here as well. My issue is the foreign Blacks who is assigning my identification to their children or to themselves when they become so-called Americanized. And it's disrespectful as fuck. And then they act confused when we're mad about what they're doing. They're scamming. And it's not cool.
Chairman Schmidt, members of the committee, thank you. It is often believed that the common law of birthright citizenship was that mere birth on the sovereign soil was sufficient to confer such subjectship or citizenship. That is incorrect. Although that statement is an approximation of the rule that usually gets the correct result, the precise rule at common law was birth on the sovereign soil to parents under the sovereign's protection. That is how Sir Edward Coke described the rule in Calvin's case, the leading common law decision from 1608. Aliens from friendly countries with permission to be in the realm, and I'll get to that point, were under the sovereign's temporary protection and owed in exchange a temporary allegiance. They were, while in the realm, natural subjects of the king. That is why their children born in the realm were understood to be natural-born subjects. In contrast, the children born of invading soldiers were not birthright subjects, although born upon the king's soil, because they were not born under the ligiance or connection of a subject, nor under the protection of the king. That is, a natural-born subject is one who is born to another subject, a subject who is under the protection of the king. Invaders did not count, but aliens generally were subjects of the king if they were under his protection and gave him in exchange allegiance. William Blackstone, in his influential commentaries, described the rule respecting foreign ambassadors similarly. Their children were not natural-born subjects because they were born under the protection and within the allegiance of another sovereign represented by the father of the ambassador. To summarize the rule, he is Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story. Nothing is better settled at the common law than the doctrine that the children, even of aliens born in a country, while the parents are resident there under the protection of the government and owing a temporary allegiance thereto, are subjects by birth. The status of the parents did matter, and the relevant status was whether they were under the protection of the sovereign. What is more, in the relevant periods of English history, it appears that an alien could come under the sovereign's protection through one of two ways: through a grant of a royal safe conduct or through statutory permission to enter. Safe conducts were formal legal documents from the king granting permission to enter, and specifically extending protection. The examples of these safe conducts using the language of protection are legion. For present purposes, here's William Blackstone's summary. During the continuance of any safe conduct, either express or implied, the foreigner is under the protection of the king and the law. Now, eventually, safe conducts were replaced by statutes. Magna Carta guaranteed friendly aliens safe and secure conduct to engage in trade, unless they have been previously and publicly forbidden. A 1353 statute provided clearly and unequivocally merchant strangers may safely and surely, under our protection and safe conduct, come and dwell in our said realm. Even subjects of warring nations could be under the sovereign's protection so long as they had the permission to remain. In an American case arising out of the War of 1812, Chancellor Kent explained the rule as follows: a lawful residence implies protection and a capacity to sue and be sued. In summary, it appears from the historical record that unlawfully present aliens would not have been considered, or certainly may not have been considered, under the protection of the sovereign, and their children may not have been considered birthright subjects or citizens. Now, the case from the War of 1812 also illustrates another important proposition: the connection between protection and jurisdiction. As Kent wrote, not only does a lawful residence imply protection, but it also therefore implies a capacity to sue and be sued. An alien caught at the border may be subject to U.S. criminal jurisdiction, but does it follow that that alien must be allowed to sue and be sued in U.S. courts and to enter into contracts? In other words, such aliens may not have been subject to the complete jurisdiction in the sense of the amendment, as Mr. Cooper suggested. Now, the case of temporary visitors was more complicated at common law. The parents of lawfully present were under the temporary protection of the sovereign. That is why one judge in a famous case held that a child born of temporary sojourners was a citizen. But the rule was contested because of the increased international travel and resulting dual allegiances. Joseph Story suggested that an exception for temporary visitors would be a reasonable qualification to the rule. Henry St. George Tucker, in his treatise, stated that temporary visitors fell outside of the rule. An appellate decision in New York from 1860 strongly suggested similarly. Most significantly, perhaps,
a lot of gibberish, a lot of just manipulation right here. I don't like these fast talking gibberish as foreigners. I'm sorry. Again, it should be straight and simple. Are you a part of America's soil? Are you a part of the jurisdiction? Did you have ill will intention being born here or not? All this gibberish is allowing all the flexibilities of them maneuvering and inching by and being able to take advantage of are flimsy laws that Trump is trying to tighten up right now. He's trying to make it sound like it's nothing but a chicken wing, but basically thinking that he is basically given rights that he did not earn, and thinking that anyone that just showed up, that just simply appeared, should be able to have the same rights as somebody that has been here for generations, that fought for rights that they didn't earn. If they had this same gumption to do the same thing in their own home country, how much better would their countries be right now? None of them want to do the same thing to their own home countries, to make changes to the government, to make the government do right by their people. They want to force the hand of America to do right by them. And it's very disrespectful, and I just don't care for these types of people at all.
The military authorities in the Department of the Gulf had to decide whether, during the Civil War, they could conscript into the Union Army children born in Louisiana to French parents. A provost judge and the commanding general both concluded that such children, though born on U.S. soil, were only liable to the duties of American citizenship, such as conscription, if their parents had been domiciled at the time of their birth. The Louisiana example also suggests ways in which temporary visitors may not be subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States. Would it be lawful, under the law of nations or international law, to conscript them or their children? The Union military authorities appear to have thought not. In this and other ways, temporary visitors may also not be fully subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the sense of the amendment. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bronco.
Chairman, ranking member, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Alejandro Barranco. I am a United States citizen, I am a Marine, and I am an American because I was born here. I want to be clear at the start that my views today are my own. While my perspective is shaped by my service in the Marine Corps, I am only speaking for myself. I was raised to love this country. That was something my parents taught me from a very young age. I was taught to respect the flag and to be thankful for the opportunities this country gave me, and to give back whatever I could. I grew up proud to be an American. I still am. That upbringing is why I chose to join the Marines. I wanted to do something bigger than myself. I wanted to serve my country, set an example for my younger brothers, and make my parents proud. The Marine Corps gave me that opportunity, and I love serving my country alongside Marines from every background you can imagine. Different races, different religions, different family histories. What we shared was an allegiance to this country. We raised our right hands, wore the same uniform, and followed the same orders. We were judged by our actions and our commitment, not by where our parents were born. That is what patriotism looks like to me. I am able to stand here today because I am a citizen by birth, because I was born here, and I was able to go to school. I was able to graduate high school, the first in my family to do so. I was able to go to college. I was able to enlist in the Marine Corps and serve my country. Without my citizenship, none of that would have been possible. I would not have lived a normal American life. I would not have worn this nation's uniform. I would not be who I am today. I also want to speak briefly about my family because I do not believe citizenship is just a legal status on paper. I am a patriotic American with Mexican roots. Those two things are not in conflict. I want to explain why I believe my identity as a U.S. citizen is strengthened, not weakened by my family's Mexican heritage. My father is a hardworking man. He worked since the 1990s to support our family. He always told us to be good people and to give back to this country. He raised 3 sons who all chose to serve as Marines. He is proud of that. We are proud of him. Last year, my father was arrested and detained by ICE. During that arrest, he was violently beaten. He was treated in a way that no human being deserves. That experience has left lasting physical and emotional harm. He cannot work the way he used to. He does not feel safe leaving his home. Our family still lives with that trauma. I share this not to assign blame, but to explain what these policies look like in real life. They affect families who have built their lives here. They affect American citizens like me. When we talk about birthright citizenship, we are not talking about a loophole or a theory. We are talking about clear constitutional guarantee that has been part of this country for more than a century. I believe that birthright citizenship reflects a core American principle that people had to fight over time. That belonging is defined by presence, contribution, and shared civic life, not ancestry or wealth. The 14th Amendment drew a clear line against systems that limit being American lineage, to lineage, ancestry, or wealth. For me, this is not about politics. It is about certainty. It is about knowing who belongs. It is about making sure that children born in this country are treated equally, no matter what state they were born in or what their parents' status may be. I cannot imagine a system where my citizenship would have depended on geography or timing, where I might have been a citizen in one state but not another.
What's interesting is that his father apparently came over here illegally, and he is trying to make it seem like he didn't come over here illegally, to where he was allowed to have his son be born here on the soil. And even though he served in the military, and his other sons did, or brothers did, or whatever, the first act that his father took was to bogart and come into America, knowing that he was not legal here. And these people are trying to clean up their sin and what they've done to come up over here. He didn't come over here legally. He did not appreciate the law. He did not get in line and do the right thing. He came over here with ideas to just work and do right by his family or whatever, but he forgot about the law. And he forgot about, what America was all about, because, and they think that they're supposed to be excused and exempt because they had, good work ethics. But again, if you got millions of people acting like this, you ain't got a country. So I don't feel sorry for this guy and his father. He should have did right, or he should have got it right. Once he knew that he was doing wrong, he should have corrected himself and fixed it. And he never did for a long period of time, apparently, for him to be hemmed up and deported. But they don't want to say that part. They want to leave that out, and they want to paint a pretty picture. They want to emphasize we served in the military. We risked our lives. Why didn't you do that over there in Mexico? Why didn't you risk your life over there? Why didn't you deal with the cartel or whatever and got a band of people to deal with all the corruption over there? Why is everything got to be done over here in America? Why do you think you have the right to just take advantage and be disrespectful and bogart? I don't feel sorry for his father. I'm sorry, I do not. Let's go.
That kind of uncertainty would have changed my life forever. I stand here as proof of what birthright citizenship makes possible. I was born here, I grew up here, I served here, I love this country, and I have shown that through my actions. I ask this committee to remember that behind this debate are real people and real families. People like me who have pledged allegiance, not just with words, but with service and sacrifice. Thank you for listening to my story. I am proud to be an American, and I appreciate the chance to be here today.
Thanks for being here, and thank you.
Again, you could be prideful as you want, but your father was not respectful to the law. And just because you served in the military, your father still did way wrong for decades, apparently, for him to be hemmed up in his elder life of living. And you guys think that we're supposed to just feel so bad for y'all all of a sudden? Many of us as Black Americans have been through a lot, going to jail, being accused of different things, and been in jail for decades, and then found it out to not be partakers of the crime that we were accused of. Ain't nobody cried out for us. And then all of a sudden y'all think we're supposed to have sympathy and empathy for y'all now? No. You did the crime, you should do the time or get deported. Just like we've been dealt with dealing with crimes that we didn't even do, and found it out later in life that we didn't do it and we got released or whatever like that. We have scars upon us that we have to deal with, and you too have to be having the same type of scars as well. You're not exempt and precious in my eyes either, okay?
For your service. Mr. Schweitzer.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the matter of profound national security and concerns about our sovereignty. That is the exploitation of America's birthright citizenship policy through birth tourism and related practices, particularly those by nationals of the People's Republic of China. What is birth tourism? Birth tourism is essentially an industry that provides concierge service at every step of the way for a foreign national, in this case China, to pay the firm roughly $100,000. They will transport them to the United States, arrange medical care, arrange for citizenship for the child, and as soon as the child is old enough to travel, they will return back to China. The scope of this is industrial. In China alone, we have identified more than 1,000 birth tourism companies that are almost exclusively focused on the United States. Our federal government does not track this information because there's no centralized collection of information on the nationality of parents who are giving birth. China, however, has done estimates themselves, and the numbers are eye-popping. The Chinese government gave an estimate a few years ago. Their estimate was that on average 50,000 Chinese citizens a year were giving birth in the United States or at U.S. territories like Saipan. There are others like Professor Salvatore Barbonis from Australia who believes that number is higher. He's estimated 100,000. There was a research firm in China that estimated in 2018 alone 180,000 managed to give birth in the United States. No one knows what the actual number is, and that is the challenge that we face today. If you do the math, if you look at the ramping up of this activity over the last 13 years, and you take the ballpark estimates, you are looking at roughly 1 million quote unquote U.S. citizens who are being raised in the People's Republic of China today. If you look at the websites of these birth tourism companies, they will tell you who is hiring them. These are not political dissidents. These are military officers, people from the Ministry of Propaganda, people that are high-ranking officials in the Chinese Communist Party. In other words, these are part of the CCP establishment. But in addition to this problem of birth tourism, we have the added challenge of surrogacy that is also being exploited by China on a massive scale. Here we have no numbers and we don't even have estimates, but the surrogacy works very simply in this fashion. A Chinese couple, or it could be simply a Chinese man, decides that they want to give birth. They hire a woman in the United States, pay her roughly $60,000, and she will carry the child. It will either be a child that comes from just the sperm of the father, or it could be both the sperm and the eggs. We have no numbers, as I said, but there are a couple of eye-popping examples that have already come to our attention that explain the scale of this activity. First, there was a CCP official in California in May of last year that was found by California Child Services. He had 26 children through surrogacy in the state of California. All of those children, of course, would become U.S. citizens. The Wall Street Journal, about 8 weeks ago, had a front page story about a Chinese billionaire who's also close to the CCP, who has more than 100 children done through surrogacy in the United States. In the research that we did looking at surrogacy companies operating just in Southern California, which is where this is very active, we identified 107 Chinese-owned surrogacy companies operating just in that area. Now, China does not officially recognize dual citizenship, but they allow de facto dual citizenship to operate. And the fact of the matter is that these services, whether it's for surrogacy or whether it is for birthright tourism, they operate openly in China. They are not regulated, they are not shut down, and they advertise openly. Why? I can only speculate that they're doing this for their advantage and not for ours. The challenge that we face is, how do we deal with this issue? I'm not a legal scholar, so I'm not going to have much to contribute on the legal debate. But the challenge is that the rules and regulations governing this are subject to manipulation. Yes,
people with Customs and Border Control can deny entry to somebody who is pregnant and say they want to come to the United States on a tourism visa. The problem is that under certain administrations, the Obama administration, the Biden administration, they were told not to do that. That was the testimony before this Homeland Security Committee of the Senate back in 2016, that Customs and Border Patrol officials were told not to exclude people from coming to the United States in terms of birth tourism. This is a serious national security issue. We need to close loopholes, and we need to recognize the magnitude of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schweitzer, I'll begin with you.
To show you further, let me get this other video that talked about the Chinese birth tourism, because it is a big issue, more than you might realize. And this is why I'm for what Trump's doing, because just so many people have had their way with however they wanted to do with getting rights over here, just being strategic and scheming and whatever, is cause for our demise of, rules and laws and just making sense of it all. Hold on. And of course, these same people have dual allegiances and citizenship, and they look to their home country, trying to basically take away from what, America offers to benefit their own homeland. This is a reality that people don't want to talk about. They want to play dumb, like they don't understand nothing. And I'm just kind of sick of it, we got to be honest and straightforward, because we don't have time to tarry. And people expect us to play patty cake with people that's playing games with us. Let me get this video. Hold on. Let me figure out how to get this. Of course, we got, okay, this one says details. Hold on. And by the way, please hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. I think that I'm offering you guys concrete information to ponder upon and think on. I'm speaking from my own self. I don't have no agenda other than telling my truth as I see it. And I'm not on nobody's side but the right side. And the right side is American first. I feel like America should have rules and regulations so that people don't come over here and do us any kind of way, because the brunt of people that's going to feel the heat most of all will be Black Americans, as usual. And I do not care to have foreign people to be over me, dictating to me anything. I don't want them dictating a motherfucking thing to me and my people forever, for real. Like, go to your home country and dictate over there. Don't come up over here expecting me to be happy as a lark for your ass to be trying to reign supreme over me. Fuck that. We ain't going out like that. So let's go. Oh, what's up, Pinky? How are you doing? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. But we're going to now play. Oh, you said birth tourism has been going on in California for at least 20 years. A major newspaper in Los Angeles County wrote about it 20 years ago, and little if nothing was done to stop it. That's what I'm talking about. And Albert Manzo says Trump needs to clamp down on Chinese, Middle East, and just rude those laws that allow such deceit of our laws. Exactly. And I don't think nothing's wrong what Trump is doing in this regard, the immigration. And this is why I'm support of Trump changing the birthright citizenship. Let's go.
A woman has been sentenced to more than 3 years in prison for her role in birth tourism and in a scheme for birth tourism. That's where she helped Chinese women travel to the United States to deliver their babies so that they would automatically become American citizens. Our next guest calls this, quote, a scam for American citizenship. Let's bring in Peter Schweitzer, president of the Government Accountability Institute and author of the book Invisible Coup. Peter, it's so great to have you on. Tell me more about how this scheme works.
Yeah, Rachel, what happened really beginning in 2011 and continuing to this day, the Chinese Communist Party has run articles in the People's Daily, other places, explaining to the Chinese elite that, hey, the American 14th Amendment says if your child is born in the United States, fly there, and your child can be a U.S. citizen. So this massive industry has evolved, primarily in California, also in China, where, people in China will pay $60,000 or so. They will fly to the United States, the pregnant mother. They will lie on their visa application. That's where these criminal charges come into place. They say we're not going to have a child. We're just here as tourists. They give birth here. They're given the birth certificate. They fly back to China where the child will be raised in China. The problem is, Rachel, that when they turn 18, that child will be a U.S. citizen, even though they grow up in communist China. It's a massive, massive industry.
So what can the U.S. government do about this?
It's a good question. There's not a lot. The Trump administration has done a fantastic job. This was not done, obviously, in the Biden administration or the Obama administration, of charging people with visa fraud. If you are coming to the United States and you're coming here with the intention of having a medical procedure like giving birth, you're required to disclose that on your visa. This industry says, don't disclose that. Tell them you're coming as a tourist. So you can do that. The key issue is going to be before the Supreme Court on birthright citizenship. And just to give you an idea of scale, Rachel, our federal government does not track this at all. We have no idea how many mothers from China have done this with their children. The Chinese government has looked at it, and they say it's been 100,000 a year for the past 13 years. So we're looking at more than 1 million U.S. citizens that are being raised in China. When they turn 18, Rachel, they're going to be able to vote, donate to political campaigns, and apply for government jobs in the United States.
Again, usurping our ability to have a voice as the true Americans, and people are treating us like we still slaves and taking over our rights to vote when we fought and died for the right to vote, and we fought and died for the right of the Amendment 14. I do not want other people to take advantage of what my ancestors fought over. If you guys don't get that, I don't know what else to tell y'all. It's not right. And Trump is on the right side of history for trying to stop this baloney bullshit that's going on. Let's go.
Yeah, well, whatever Americans are assisting in this scam, shame on them. It's treasonous what they're doing. And I want to get to the next topic, but very quickly, because I think it's really important. Why are the Chinese doing this? Because President Trump has this eye on the Chinese. He's kicking them out of our hemisphere, but they're finding ways around. Why are the Chinese trying to do this? What is it part of?
Yeah, that's the really big question. We know a couple of things. Number one, the Chinese government is encouraging members of its elite. That means military officers, intelligence officers, propagandists. They've all done this. The Chinese government is encouraging them to do it. That's data point number one. The second point we have to realize is they did this in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, at one point around 2010, almost half of the babies being born in Hong Kong were from mainland China. So they had to end the practice of birthright citizenship because they saw it for what it was, a subversive effort. And I think there's no other conclusion but that. This is a sophisticated form of weaponized immigration as a form of subversion by the Chinese government.
Absolutely. And they were involved with the Venezuelans and many of the cartels in the weaponized migration through our border. This is a way for them to attack us without going to war. They do it through migration and other means, fentanyl, etc. Great stuff, Peter. Let's move to this because you have a new book. It's called The Invisible Coup, which unveils potential national security implications that come with mass migration into the United States. I'm going to read an excerpt because I think this is really important. This one's about Mexico, which is run by a communist who has very close ties with China and the CCP. That's Claudia Sheinbaum. Your book says Mexico has established a vast network of over 50 consulates in the United States that have become beacons for political activism and resisting assimilation. Mexico does not want young migrants in the United States to be loyal to the United States. It wants them instead to cling to Mexico's resentments about its northern neighbor. It accomplishes this by invading our classrooms. Local U.S. school administrators, either out of ignorance or sympathy for the cause, are happy to oblige. Talk to me more about this. This is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, the thing to understand here is that they have a massive resentment of the United States, and they speak openly about how mass migration is a means by which they are going to be exerting sovereignty inside the United States. They sometimes call it Reconquista. And this may seem like a really weird kind of fringe theory, except most of the Mexican political elite talk about it. I quote dozens of them in the book, but they've also, Rachel, set up an infrastructure. So China and the United Kingdom have 6 and 7 consulates in the United States. Mexico has 53. And as
Ramon Lopez, again, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but you're being disrespectful coming in my chat room. I did vote for Trump. You don't have to be here. You can go bye-bye, okay? I'm not on the side of immigrants. Sorry about that. If you feel that I should be, you need to be somewhere else, okay? All right?
lay out in the book, they are involved in political action, partisan political action. They are helping Democrats and fighting against Republicans getting elected. And the second thing they're doing is they are fueling the chaos in our streets. You have Mexican officials that were involved in organizing the LA riots. There's a consulate up in St. Paul, Minnesota, that is involved in organizing the anti-ICE protests. It's a massive, massive problem. We've clearly hit a nerve. The book is #1 on the New York Times list, and Claudia Sheinbaum was asked about the book yesterday in Mexico City, and she was not pleased to talk about it.
Of course she's not. And by the way, that's why you see all those Mexican flags at these riots and rallies that they have. And they don't need 52 or 53 consulates. They're our closest neighbor. This is something I hope Marco Rubio will look into. Clearly, you only need a few. And so here's, by the way, we got a response from the Mexican president, Sheinbaum, the communist who went to school in Berkeley. This is what she says. This is absolutely false. Consulates have a role determined by international laws, and what our consulates essentially do is provide protection and assistance to Mexicans in the United States. That is their job. It is fundamental, and that is what they are dedicated to do. Last word, Peter. Oh, he's gone. I'm sorry. We're going to have to end this here, but it's a great topic, and we promise to follow up on it. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
For those that are confused, I don't like to be mean or nothing, but y'all need to understand the side that Black Americans need to be on. I'm not a Jesse Jackson person that follow his stupidity to include everybody in our plight, because that left us with no leadership. And basically he was for everybody else but us. And that's why he has not been honored by many of Black Americans, because he abandoned us for everyone else, gay rights, immigration rights, and all the other rights. And I'm looking for people that's going to be down for our cause and our plight, as everybody else has their own associations and organizations specific to them. I do not want to share in the so-called coalition of Black and Brown that doesn't make never mind or sense to Black Americans, because again, they're on our coattails and they're utilizing our civil rights to advance themselves over us. And then as soon as they get in a position of power, they punch down and they leave us desolate with absolutely nothing. And we see what's going on in LA with us being run out of LA and other places of California. So there is no such thing as a coalition with other races of people. It's either you are on top of your own plight or you're asked out, period. So I want you guys to hear from Terry Anderson, who spoke a while ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, about how illegal immigration affects Black Americans, because a lot of people assume that Black Americans are supposed to be caring about everybody still, like we Jesus or something. No, we're not Jesus. We're not here to sacrifice ourselves for y'all. No, that's why we're not marching in the streets for y'all. That's why we're not talking about what's going on with these immigration situations, because it has nothing to do with us. And you guys broke the law and y'all can go on home, okay?
I speak from the Black perspective because I am Black and I live in a predominantly Black community. The problem with illegal immigration, whenever it comes up, is that people always give one side and never give the other side. They talk about the poor immigrant who comes here for a better life. They talk about the poor immigrant child who must be educated in our schools. They talk about the immigrant worker who works harder than the black person works, and he will take the job that nobody else takes. What you never hear is the other side of the story. You never hear that every time that illegal alien comes here, he displaces somebody else. That side is never mentioned. Whenever this subject comes up, you have organizations who step forth and advocate for the illegal alien. You have MALDEF, MECHA, LULAC, La Raza, and other race-based organizations who are exclusive only to one race of people and advocate for those people only. You never hear the other side of the story. The other side of that story is that somebody is harmed by them being here. I speak of my community because it's where I live. You will never hear from these people about the 17-year-old black kid in my neighborhood who went to McDonald's and was told, you can't work here because you don't speak Spanish. I don't say that happens all the time. I'm telling you of one instance of many that does happen. He was told that he couldn't work there because in the kitchen there would be confusion because most of the workers there were Hispanic and only spoke Spanish in the kitchen, and his English, his native language, would for Los Angeles. I've lived there all my life. And I speak from the black perspective because I am black and I live in a predominantly black community. The problem with illegal immigration, whenever it comes up, is that people always give one side and never give the other side.
Okay, very powerful guy. I want to play another little small clip of somebody else that broke it down.
One side and never give the
And
other
we
side.
never are given the opportunity to really express our truth because the Democrats have taken over our voices and they're assuming a power position over us as a whole. They're acting as if the Democrats are over us in the plantation of Democrats. And that's why I've gotten away from being a Democrat, because they do not care about Black Americans. They only care about gay rights. They only care about immigrants' rights. They only care about anybody else but us rights. They want to utilize our history and our rights that we died and bled for to forward other people's rights over us. And now we all know the truth. We've all woken up to that reality. And that's why a lot of us are jumping off that bandwagon of the Democrats forever. And I'm one of them. If I don't vote for a Republican next vote coming up, I won't be voting at all. I most definitely are not going to be voting for a damn Democrat because they don't give a damn about Black Americans. And this is what I'm showcasing for y'all to understand what's really going on.
More than anything, that it was the illegal immigration was an attack on the Black family, and Trump vowed to actually repair the Black family and increase their financial security and the opportunities they have in the community.
Okay. And that's the truth. Everybody wants us to play like we are the world. We all for everybody. We love everybody. You know, it's sickening to me that, you know, what Iran's going through with America warring. I'm seeing videos of people claiming that Black Americans have some type of history with Iranians, that we were close way back when, and we're supposed to be allegiant to them, and all this madness. It's ridiculous. Everybody pairs us with everybody, you know, Palestinian plights, anyone that's going through anything. Somehow we got some allegiance to them, Latino connection and all this immigrant. No, we're on our own. You're on your own. Leave us the fuck alone. We don't care to be a part of your plight because it doesn't benefit us. And that's the truth. And me speaking that truth is not being racist, is not being brainwashed, is not being white supremacy. It's my own thinking. I'm an independent-minded person who's an independent voter, who's not a Republican or Democrat, who was not swayed by nobody. Nobody called me. Nobody told me to say this. I'm saying it on my own from observation and experience. We have a right to speak our own truth. And the truth is, too many illegals and immigrants are flooding into our neighborhoods and wrangling away our jobs and our houses and housing. They're wrangling away our positions of power for votes and positions of what we want to do politically. And I don't want to compete with people that have nothing to do with America. They shouldn't be here. They need to go home and fix their own homeland, period, dot. That's my perception. And I got there by myself. I didn't need nobody's help. Nobody influenced me to think the way I'm thinking. It is what it is. Let me see what you're saying. You said the Democrats want a country with them rich and the rest of the country full of working poor for them to exploit. Exactly. And what's BS, Tony? Yeah. And don't bother answering, just leave. Yeah, exactly. These people that, want me to speak, like a parrot for them, we ain't doing none of that. I'm not playing nice with immigrants. I don't give a damn. I don't have an allegiance to you, whoever you are out there. I don't give a damn how you think I should feel or be, because you're not me. And you can't tell me shit, just like I can't tell you nothing. We got our own plights, and I'm doing my own thing, whether you like it or not. It is what it is. And by the way, if you could, please hit that like button. I'm going to play a little bit more of this birthright citizenship hearing by the Senate, and we're going to wrap this up in about another 20 minutes or so. But I want you guys to understand that this is a fight that we need to be having, and I pray that Trump wins this fight. Now, I'm not sure about the Iranian war. I'll be honest. I'm not quite sure if that's something he should have been doing. I'm not gleaming or what do you call it, jumping for joy over him bombing Iran and all the other stuff that's going on. No, I didn't sign up for that. I don't know how to think about it, to be honest. I'm kind of unsure how that's going to affect us indirectly, because we have too many people among us that could harm us with these sleeper cells that are making up bombs and whatnot. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Let's get to this.
With you, as you raise this, and I think this is, for a lot of people, new information, whether at this hearing or with your book that came out recently. So you discussed the growing use of birthright citizenship among Chinese elites. Do you believe the CCP itself, the apparatus, is encouraging this, and why would they be?
It's a great question. Again, we can only look at what their actions are. They have run articles in the People's Daily, which is the main news organ of the Communist Party, explaining that you have a constitutional right in the United States. A certain irony there, the CCP officials are explaining constitutional rights to their own elite, but they in fact are. There are nationalist websites that talk about rent a womb. So there is discussion about this in the Chinese media. There's no condemnation of it. There doesn't seem to be any perceived threat that I was able to detect. So yes, I clearly do see that they encourage it. And the question as to why, we know that this was happening also in Hong Kong. But in 2013, the government of Hong Kong, the government at that time, shut off the practice because there were so many Chinese babies being born in Hong Kong, and the Chinese government there said that this was an effort at subversion by the CCP, and I think that's probably an accurate rendering of the motivation behind this.
I want to move over to, you didn't mention in your opening statement, but give you the opportunity to talk about what the Mexican government is doing and some of the nefarious activities there.
Yeah, Mexico is interesting because we have a certain view of immigration in this country that is different than theirs. If I can just read a couple of quotes, these are from senior Mexican officials. The first one is from a Mexican senator, a member of the Morena Party, the ruling party. He sits on the Senate's National Defense Committee, probably the most powerful committee in the Mexican government. He says, quote, "Mexicans are in our territory. California, Nevada, Texas, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Wyoming. We're going to take back the territory that was stolen from us. Sounds crazy. And yet, you can find dozens of quotes from senior officials that work for Sheinbaum, other senators. They view mass migration as a tool by which they can advance sovereignty in the United States. And a lot of people are surprised to learn that the Mexican government actually has elected senators and members of their chambers of deputy that serve in their government, but actually live in the United States. And their job is to represent Mexican Americans living in the United States before the Mexican government. I would certainly see that as a challenge to our sovereignty.
I would say so. Mr. Cooper, I want to turn to you. In your brief, you explain that the text of the 14th Amendment suggests more than mere birth is needed for birthright citizenship. And the text says those born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. This is the crux of the case, right? This is what the whole case is going to come down to. Could you just explain again? I know that we've got some members that have come in since you gave your opening statement, what that actually means. What was the public understanding of those actual words at the time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is where the rubber meets the road in the case, absolutely. What does subject to the jurisdiction of the United States mean, and therefore what does jurisdiction mean? And the one thing I think we can say it doesn't mean is simply the laws of the United States. And that's essentially the argument that most of the advocates of universal birthright citizenship advance. If it were that easy, why didn't they just say subject to the laws thereof? They didn't. They used the word jurisdiction, and that's an ambiguous term, but they clearly had an understanding of that term that was related, as I mentioned earlier, and as you did as well, Mr. Chairman, to the complete jurisdiction of the United States, not the kind of temporary and local jurisdiction that a visiting foreigner, and allegiance that a visiting foreigner owes to the United States, because that visiting foreigner has to obey our laws, but rather the complete jurisdiction, the kind of jurisdiction that when the person is away in a foreign country, this country cares about and extends its protection to complete jurisdiction. And Mr. Chairman, the clearest understanding of what jurisdiction meant was not subject to a foreign power, because the ink on the Civil Rights Act was not even dry when they adopted the 14th Amendment. And clearly the supporters of the Citizenship Clause understood and intended that to mean the same thing. The final point I would make is that the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1866, saying not subject to a foreign power.
1 year after slavery was dissolved away, this amendment was enacted in the Civil Rights of the Constitution. And it's just very strange how many foreigners can just come over here disrespectfully and act as if that amendment meant them. And they were nowhere around. The Somalians were nowhere around. You have Ilhan Omar claiming the 14th Amendment meant her and her people. You got all other foreigners acting as if it was meant for them, disregarding our ancestors because they have no respect for Black Americans, and I'm returning the favor to them. I don't give a damn about y'all. Y'all don't give a damn about me, and it's all equal, okay? But that Amendment 14 was never meant for you, because in 1866 or 65 or whatever, you weren't there.
The 14th Amendment adopted and ratified in 1868. In 1870, the Congress came back around and reenacted the Civil Rights Act of 1866 with the same language, not subject to a foreign power. It's just not credible at all, not remotely credible at all, that Congress didn't understand and mean that being subject to a foreign power, as is a transient foreign visitor, and certainly as is a legal alien, would be entitled to birthright citizenship and to extend that citizenship to a child.
Thank you. Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper, if the president's executive order were enforced, would that mean that Mr. Barranco and his two brothers, 3 Marines, would not be citizens?
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because the executive order is on its face prospective only.
Ms. Frost, Professor Frost?
Well, a couple of things about that. First is the executive order purports to interpret what the citizenship clause has always meant. It purports to say it has always meant this. It says it's restoring the original understanding of the citizenship clause. That clause has been on the books since 1868. So all of us would then be subject to scrutiny of our ancestry. And
hello, not all of us, not indigenous American blacks wouldn't. Okay, she's trying to make this about us claiming or us showcasing that we're legitimate. No, it lies in the laps of the illegals and the people that have come from other countries. It does not lie in our laps, bitch. This is what's wrong with these liberals. They want us to prove something, and we're legitimately been here for centuries. We ain't got to prove shit to y'all. These illegals and these foreigners have to prove something to us. Y'all trying to put the burden on us. That's the issue with you liberals. This is why we should not, especially indigenous American blacks, foundational black Americans, be in support of Democrats, because this is how they are. They want to put the burden on us, and they want the legals and the foreigners to skid in and waltz in like it's nothing but a chicken wing. They're not on our side. They're wicked. That's the best way to put it. They're fucking wicked.
for those who had a parent who was temporarily present, or grandparent or great-grandparent, or who'd violated immigration law, maybe 3 generations in the past, everyone's citizenship would be suspect. And the administration recognizes that. They note that in their brief, and they ask the Supreme Court to apply the law prospectively only, but they recognize they're arguing for an interpretation that would unwind the citizenship of the nation.
That sounds like it would create an immense amount of uncertainty for people who are here, like Alejandro and his brothers who served in the Marines, as to legally what their status was, as opposed to they'd have to argue about it.
Yes, it would create uncertainty for all of these families, and not just people whose parents are immigrants. According to the Trump administration, and this is the memos that they've issued to implement their executive order, if it's to go into effect, everyone has to provide evidence of their citizenship or immigration status at the time of their child's birth, or their child is presumed not to be a citizen of the United States.
How would Alejandro deal with that if this were a few years ago?
It would be a nightmare for him and his family.
Mr. Schweitzer raised some alarming arguments about birth tourism and the surrogacy. Are those issues that could be addressed through legal means?
Yeah, so surrogacy should be regulated.
Right.
If it's not being regulated, and the California case you mentioned was a case of child abuse. By the way, I'll also add, nothing in the executive order would have affected the children born to what was a green card holder in California through surrogacy. The executive order doesn't deal with that. That's a surrogacy problem, and it should be regulated through that.
All right, Mr. Barranco, I want to come back to you because there's a part of me that thinks we're just missing the boat here when we're talking about citizenship as a legal status, because there's a lot of people who have unquestioned legal citizenship who have served our country way less than you. You do have legal citizenship, but your father would be affected by this. My view is that citizenship has to also include an affirmative commitment on the part of those of us who are citizens to live up to the aspirations of our Declaration of Independence. What did your dad say to you when you were telling him you were going to go to the Marines?
He always showed support, and he just told me he was proud of me and to go out there and do my best and do my thing as being an American.
And when you say do your thing as being American, what does doing your thing mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, that's what it means to be an American, to serve your country, to love your flag, love and respect it, and just do whatever it takes to protect that.
He doesn't even make sense. But again, they think because they came over here illegally, his father apparently came over here illegally, maybe him and his mom, and he was born here, and then he served military. We're supposed to overlook what his parents done did. And I don't agree with that, because that's not cool. Now, let me just remind y'all, if y'all don't remember, what Trump introduced January 21st, which was like the first thing he brought out. He was not playing. And he introduced it 1/21/2025. This bill limits birthright citizenship by redefining what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Currently, a person born in the United States and subject to United States jurisdiction is entitled to citizenship. And what's most important is the fact that you have to be under or subject to the United States jurisdiction. And I don't think that if you come from another place, you are subject to the jurisdiction. You just kind of waltzed in and you schemed and scammed, and you should not be allowed to get citizenships because you appeared out of nowhere. That should not be allowed. But that has been going on for a long time, and people have been taking advantage of our stupidity to allow that to happen. And for the very first time, Trump has finally wised us all up to the ridiculousness of what's been going on. And we see how crazed we're looking out here right now. And I hope that we get our shit together. I hope that the Supreme Court will make sense of the matter and not allow things to stand as is, because it's going to encourage people to come here willy-nilly and jeopardize America and be sleeper cells and whatever. All the criminals come here. We don't care. We got to have boundaries and restrictions. It has to happen. Let me see. Pinky Wells says, too many people coming into America claiming they built it. It's disgusting. So many immigrants suddenly are claiming to be the builders of America. And again, they're only trying to diminish and omit what our ancestors have done. Everything is trying to omit what we've done to bolster them up. And they claim that they want to have unity with us. They just want to use us and then spit us out conveniently when they get their own situated plateau. And we're now understanding that we don't need to be used and abused like that. Like, carry on with your bullshit. We're not on your side and you're not on our side, and we accept that. But we're not playing like we're on your side anymore. And people are very upset about us not playing like we're not on nobody else's side. No, we're not playing. We're truthful individuals. We're very Black Americans, Indigenous American Blacks are very spiritual and honest types of people. We will tell you what it is. There won't be no surprises. And I'm letting y'all know, we're not on the side of illegals. We're not on the side of immigrants that are not over here legally. No, we're not. And we're not on the side of anyone that has a different plight from us, because you're not on our side. And we're paying it forward the same as you're paying it to us. Like, we're not giving you nothing and you're not giving us shit. Like, come on, wake the fuck up. All right. Trump will win. You think he's going to run a third time? He said, got to take the good with the bad. Albert Manzo says, if you are not true U.S. citizen, get the F out. No exceptions. That's what I'm saying. Donna Squirt says, American first, exactly. Albert says, Peter talks a lot about this plague, but does not do anything about it. There are people of action in his type, exactly. What's up, is it Shady Yusan? How are you? Thank you for being here. You said, who's this guy talking about? Biotech. I'm not quite sure which one you mean. And yep, you're all we think about. Yep, you're all we think about. What do you mean by that? What the F? We need our own countries. And what do you mean? Our own country where? You got other people that won't treat us kind if we went to another country. Like we're outnumbered. You cannot assume that everybody's going to treat us well. I think you might be one of those types that think that we should go run away to America, but why don't you tell that to the immigrants? If you feel that way, tell the immigrants to go run away to Africa, for instance. Stop telling Black Americans that we need to run away. You know, people trying to destiny swap us out of America for their own advancement. It's sickening, and I'm calling that shit out. We're not going out like that no more. We're not doing none of that no more. And for those that have forgotten, I'm going to play this quick clip of an African that's trying to cosplay as a Black American, and it's a real reality for those that do not know. Many foreign Blacks long to become a Black American, but y'all will never be a Black American because you don't have the spirit and you do not serve the same God and you don't have the same covering, but they're trying to become us and destiny swap us. And this is why a lot of us are against foreign Blacks, because they want to become the new Black. They want to replace us.
So what we're witnessing right here, fam, is a very rare moment in history. We're actually watching a tether showing us the process that they go through in order to try to blend in with foundational Black Americans. As you guys saw, he tried to fix the hairline. You know, it's still janky as hell with the hairpiece, of course. When you do something about those teeth, of course, what is he gonna do? Oh, he adding the glue. This process is so strenuous and, wow, stressful. Why won't we just be happy with being themselves? I just don't understand. What is this he's putting on his head, though? Oh, the teeth. Why are they down? The damn teeth. Okay, those are very Mr. Edish. Huge as a motherfucker. Oh, and the American toe, but make America great again. You know what? How do y'all rate this? Is this a passable FBA look? It's a damn shame. Like, what the fuck? Bro, come on, nigga, that mustache finger. Look.
We got too many people trying to become us, and they're not on our side. They're claiming to want unity, but they're trying to like keep us close so that they can destiny swap us out. That's what it is. And people are upset that we're figuring out the truth. We're figuring out what is really going on. Whew, it is what it is. Not to forget, recently Jesse Jackson passed, right? And he was disrespected by Jesse Jackson Jr., who simply said, do not bring the politics of Democrats or Republicans in this funeral. Let's honor my father and leave the politics out. And they couldn't do it. They could not do it. And I want to play Barack Obama, but before I play Barack Obama, who totally was probably disliked more than likely by Jesse Jackson Sr. I know that Jesse Jackson was caught on a mic saying something against Barack Obama years ago. But, the Democrats feel like they have ownership over Black Americans, and they think that they have a right to do whatever they want to do and say whatever they want to say, and be disrespectful no matter what. And it's supposed to be accepted because we are their slave in their mind. And I'm so glad the delineation is straightening out the notion of them assuming that they are over us and we are belonging to them, because delineation is ownership of your own self, having your own autonomy to your own culture and your own identity, not asking, but demanding that you respect who we are. And people are shocked that we came out like that. Back in 2019, we start making a ripple effect on social media, letting everybody know that we're not playing the game of Pan-Africanism. We're not playing dumb for none of y'all. We're not assuming the role of being submitted by Africans. We're not worshiping Africans. We don't give a damn about y'all like that. Like, no, we don't. Like, if you want somebody serving y'all, worshiping y'all, go get those migrants that are running all over the place trying to leave Africa. Get them to serve you, okay? Don't come to America assuming that we got to be those people that's going to bow down to you, because we're not trying to do none of that. And that's what Africans are upset about, because Pan-Africanism was teaching Black Americans to dislike themselves and serve and bow down to Africans and put them on a pedestal. And now that y'all understand that we're not on that time, you guys are worried and upset and frustrated that we have moved the way we have moved. And it is what it is. I want to play this one video I'm looking for of Jesse Jackson, because y'all know back in 1988, Jesse Jackson came out with the African American term. And I never saw this video until after he passed, where he was claiming that we were to look for our African roots type of shit. And, he changed our name from Black American, which I never changed my name. I only claimed Black American, but a lot of people still claim to be African American because of this dumb bird, Jesse Jackson. I don't have a lot of respect for Jesse Jackson because, again, he caused a lot of frustration and complications with our identity. I think he was the beginning of all the conflict that we're sharing right now. I think if we would have stayed Black American, that Africans wouldn't be like, you African, because of that African American term. So he caused a whole lot of stupidity with what he did. And even though he was disrespected at his funeral, I don't particularly like Obama for what he did. I don't like none of them, to be honest with you, But listen to this old video of Jesse Jackson, and then we'll get to Barack Obama, and then I'll conclude this live.
My point is that we must be ethnic, which is our blackness, accept our African roots, our African heritage, get all of the psychological self-esteem that we need out of being Black. Have our natural hairdos and our symbols of blackness, but you got to go beyond being ethnic. You must also be ethical. Cain and Abel were ethnic. They were two brothers, came out the same mother's womb, but they were not ethical, and so they killed each other. So in addition to being ethnic, you must be ethical, but beyond that, you must be excellent. Because in the last analysis, the only thing that will protect you from genocide is to be necessary. I mean, whether you're in America, in Africa, and wherever, your life chances are increased by being excellent. Now, you may not survive even if you are not excellent, but you're almost guaranteed to get wiped out. if you're not excellent. I mean, that which has protected a Hank Aaron, that which protected a Willie Mays, that which sustained a Muhammad Ali, that which has made a Ralph Bunche go down into the annals of science, George Washington Carver, is in spite of a racist society not liking their ethnicity, their excellence was of such that even their enemies had to respect where they were coming from.
Back in 1975, he brought all that confusion. And what literally in 1988, he started talking about African American, but we can see how he changed and how he thought we should go. And he thought he had the right to just pimp us into believing whatever he thought on, his ideology or whatever he thought. And I'm so glad that we have put to rest African American is a fresh breath of air, that we have freed ourselves from being bonded down with the notion of being something that we've never been. We've never been African. And I'm never going to claim African. Like, okay, I may have some ancestry to Africa, and I also may have some ancestry to Europe. I may have some ancestry also to America. I'm not putting on the pedestal African, though. I'm not worshiping none of y'all. For what? Like, y'all think I should do that? You do it. You do it first. Don't think I should do it when you ain't done it. Okay? We're going to start right there. And the issue is y'all think y'all should dictate to Black Americans what we ought to do while you're not doing it. That's the issue. If you want to have all this supreme ideology of African power and all that type of thing, you need to exhibit that yourself first. Y'all don't seem to think y'all should do that, though. Y'all think y'all should just dictate to Black Americans what we ought to do, and it should be the end of that. And we ain't rocking like that. And that's why y'all mad as fuck right now, because you have no control. You have no power. You have no say. Y'all really know by the time that Trump ends his presidency, ain't no going back to what you think we should be talking on. Ain't no Pan-African talk and ain't no African talk. Y'all already know it's curtains. If you don't know, you need to catch up and understand that that's where it's going. It's not going to be what you thought. But, you know, I want to first play, before I play Obama, Jesse Jackson Jr. had to call out Obama, Clinton, and Biden because of the disrespect that they showcased at his father's funeral, even though I didn't really particularly care for Jesse Jackson Sr., because again, in my opinion, he abandoned us in our plight and he transitioned over to be about everybody else but us. He was about gay rights and immigrant rights, and he left us high and dry. So he doesn't get respect and honor from me like that, because he's not honorable in my opinion. But listen to what his son had to say.
With High Plus News, I'm Bevan.
Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson to these homegoing services.
I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson.
The funeral of civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson drew a powerful crowd of political leaders, activists, clergy, and culture figures who gathered to honor the legacy of one of the most influential figures in the modern civil rights movement. But while many came to celebrate Jackson's life and decades of advocacy for Black Americans and the poor, controversy emerged after...
But he didn't, okay? Let's keep that real. Jesse Jackson may have started talking about Black Americans, but he most certainly didn't end talking about us, and he spent the better existence of his life with the Rainbow Coalition, not talking about Black Americans. And, you know, people want to clean it up. They want to make it sound like he's legit and all. They're sayings, but he wasn't. And that's why a lot of us won't honor him later on in life. You know, I'm gonna keep honoring Martin Luther King. I'm gonna keep honoring Malcolm X. I'm gonna keep honoring Frederick Douglass, Ida Wells, and others like that. Nat Turner and people like that. I will not be honoring Jesse Jackson because he put a pothole in front of us to fall in and trip. That's the truth. But people want to clean up his legacy after he did us dirty, and they want to pretend like he was okay, but he's not. In my mind, and I got to be honest, he wasn't. He just was not.
Several speakers delivered remarks that critics say turned the memorial into a political moment. Several prominent figures attended the service, including former Presidents Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and other high-ranking political leaders like Kamala Harris. Their presence reflected Jackson's decades of influence in American politics and civil rights organizing. According to reports, members of Jackson's family had asked speakers and attendees to keep the service focused on remembrance rather than politics.
Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson to these homegoing services. Come respectful and come to say thank you.
However, some speeches from powerful figures included criticism of the current political climate and pointed remarks about national leadership and Trump. Jackson's son, Jesse Jackson Jr., publicly voiced frustration afterwards, saying,
Yesterday, I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, prophetic voice that at no point in time sold us out as a people. And it speaks volumes about who the Reverend Jesse Jackson was.
The tensions.
I really don't think he knows what his father was, but again, it's my opinion that Jesse Jackson failed Indigenous American blacks or foundational Black Americans. He failed us. He moved on past us. He showcased Congressional Black Caucus to move past us. He showcased to the NAACP to move past us, the Urban League to move past us, and look to everybody else but us. Like we were supposed to be content with the word of black, and other foreign so-called blacks coming to America, like we're supposed to be giddy because they showed up. And that's all we supposed to want and need for. And that's not the truth. So again, it's sad because Jesse Jackson had the palm of everything in his hand, and he chose to be a sellout. He chose to change our identity against our will. He didn't ask for us, and he didn't get our consent to change our name to African American and cause all this confusion in 2026 with Africans claiming we're African. And at the same time, Jesse Jackson had a card or something symbolizing that he was Indian. You know, let me see if I can find that video before I move forward. Yeah, he had a card holding what do you call it? Hold on. He had an identification card that had nothing to do with Africa. But I guess the money was right. And he thought it was cool to sell us out, knowing that we're not one thing. As I continually will say, We are multi-raced people here in America. We are black, white, and indigenous. That's what makes us the most unique American of America. And people want to discredit our whole being. They want to craft and carve out their own agenda, and they want to claim that we're just one thing for them to try to have control and a hold of our identity and our being, like we're slaves, in particular Africans. That's why we're butting heads now, because they don't have respect for us. They're trying to have control over us, and we're not going out like that. And that's what the issue is. And y'all don't want to admit that, but I'm letting y'all know I already know what is going on. Y'all want to have control and authority over us, and we're telling you, fuck off. Okay, go to the migrants fleeing all over the place and get control over them. Don't come over here in America and act all high and mighty to us, because we know where you guys came from, and you did not become successful over there where you came from. You can't come over here brand new and act like you're better than us when we know where you came from. Okay, go home, fix home, go get those migrants that are all over the place and get them to worship you and care about you before thinking we should. Like, what the fuck are you on? Okay, that's the truth. If you want to hear the truth, I just told you. A lot of people want to tap dancing around the truth. I'm sick and tired of tap dancing around the truth, because you guys are becoming more emboldened, more disrespectful as time goes on. And it's just like, what the hell is going on with y'all? Okay. Here is Jesse Jackson coined the phrase African American while he had a Cherokee American card. And my father told me when I was 16, and we're not close, we weren't close, but he made sure to tell me that I have Cherokee lineage. And obviously, Jesse Jackson has Cherokee lineage, but he didn't mind being a sellout and talking about some goddamn African. Okay?
Is, and I think it's a negative. He came up with this thing of calling ourselves African American. We had not been doing that. That is his lasting legacy, is like he calling us African American. I don't see that as a good thing, and that's not because I have some shame of Africa. It's because I don't know anything about Africa. I haven't been to Africa. My mama hasn't been to Africa. My grandmama wasn't from Africa. My daddy wasn't from Africa. His granddaddy didn't know nothing about Africa. His granddaddy didn't know nothing about Africa. I get everybody likes to perp like, hey, we're African. Really? If ain't nobody been there, if no one's trying to really move there, and so we would have been better off. I'd rather be called colored people, because now all they've done is just switch people of color instead of colored people. Or colored people was negative, but people of color is positive. It's all a game. Right. I'm an American black person, or American with dark skin, black American, whatever. I like the word Negro. I never have had a problem with the word Negro. But
okay, and that's exactly where we are. And people don't understand what we're fighting for. They want us to bow down and be submitted to this notion of African being superior over us. And they ain't did shit for us to be reverencing them for anything. Like, no, we're not doing that. But let me show y'all why I have an issue with Obama. Obama is the first person I voted for back in 2008. And after he did his first run of presidency, I knew he was full of shit. And I didn't vote for him no more after that. And he has really made a stain on us. We looked at his color, we looked at his features, and we thought he was close enough to be considered us. Now we know better. It doesn't matter if you have the skin tone. What matters is if you are from our lineage and if you care about our plight. And most of these immigrants, unfortunately, don't give a damn about our plight. They care about their homeland. They care about their tribe. They want to utilize our plight and our history to advance their situation over us. And we all know the truth now. We all seen what they're doing now. And people want us to play dumb like we don't see. Once it's out of the bag, you can't put it back in the bag. It's over. And that's where we are. So let me find this stupid Obama who ranted and raved disrespectfully at, even though I don't care for Jesse Jackson Sr. to be totally respected because he wasn't respectful, but it was a funeral, and perhaps, you know, Obama could have did right by Jesse Jackson since his son asked for him to be respectful, but he chose not to be respectful. And the reason why he chose not to be respectful is because these Democrats really feel like Black people are beholden to them, that we're their slaves, and that we got to do what they say for them to do. And it was wild what this clown had to say, but I'm going to play it. Hold on, let me find this stupid shit. Barack Obama at Jesse Jackson funeral. Because he said a lot. And I was like, damn, coming out the gate being disrespectful like he did. Wow. Hold on.
I visited my mother in the nursing home.
Hit that like button, y'all.
The nursing home is supposed to...
Don't be shy. Please hit the like. Please subscribe to my channel. I do understand that I'm not like the typical woman that you will listen to. I don't know how to be, subtle and feminine like that. It's my upbringing. I'm sorry. But I'm very truthful and transparent to the point of whether or not you are hurting. I'm going to tell you the truth.
It's good to be home. I love you back. The book of Isaiah. Where are you at? Now, see, I believe in the Constitution. The book of Isaiah. God is looking for a messenger to guide a hardened and resistant people.
Mind you, he's calling himself preaching to Black folks, talking about we hardened people, talking about we're not listening to the betterment of us because the Democrats have all the answers for us. And he's referring to the Bible as if he's the authority over preaching to us. And he is a fucking devil in sheep's clothing. He is not a legitimate, righteous man to be saying anything to us as a whole collective of Black folks. But he's playing this part because a lot of people think because he sounds the part that he can say whatever. But I'm letting you know, Obama, if you're listening, you're not no goddamn pastor. You ain't no righteous man of God. and your words are null and voided. I don't give a damn what you saying, because you ain't repping God, and you need to go on with your white ass hair and your fake ass skin color, claiming to be one of us, because you're not, okay?
And the Lord asks, whom shall I send? And who will go with us? To which Isaiah replies, here I am, Lord. Send me. To Mother Jackson and the Jackson family, to President and Mrs. Biden, President and Secretary Clinton, Vice President Harris, Pastor Dates, my old friend, though he looking good, Reverend Meeks.
All this performative artistry that he's showcasing, this is not emanating from him in reality. He is faking the funk. This is not this man. He has given himself onto the devil to perceive or what's the word? Perform an act that he is not. Okay, he is not righteous. He's not true. Nothing about him is real, but he's trying to garner emotion from us by sounding the way he's sounding. He's practiced in the fucking mirror. He's not real.
Reverend Jenkins, it is an honor to join you today to celebrate the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, a man who, when the poor and the dispossessed needed a champion, and a country needed healing, stepped forward again and again and again and said, send me. Reverend Jackson's immense gifts were apparent at an early age, even if his circumstances conspired to try to hold him back. Born out of wedlock to a teenage mom, growing up under the oppressive cloud of segregation, confined to schools, sports facilities, movie theaters that were separate and unequal. It was a world where on Thanksgiving he'd have to wait for his mother to come home on the bus carrying leftovers from the dinner she had to cook for somebody else. A world designed to tell a child that he or she could only go so far. That to think otherwise would be foolish or dangerous, and that wisdom required you to accept your lot in life. And young Jesse refused to accept that verdict. He was a born leader, an athlete, a talker, knew how to talk, star quarterback, student body president. He could have succeeded within the confines that were determined for him and had a successful life. But like so many of his generation, so many extraordinary civil rights leaders in the late 50s and 60s, that Joshua generation, he instinctively understood that individual success meant nothing unless everybody was free. So he became inspired by the bus boycotts in Montgomery. He led 7 black students into the whites-only library, sitting down and getting arrested for reading. Think about that. The library closed, but then it reopened. And when it did, it was open to everyone. Send me, Jesse said, even as a young man, and the world got a little bit better. By the time Reverend Jackson graduated from college, he attended Chicago Theological Seminary. He knew the nature of his calling, and he became, as everybody knows, the youngest member of SCLC, assigned to lead Operation Breadbasket here in Chicago, right around the time that Isaiah Thomas is talking about. And it was during this period, and especially after Dr. King's death, when the optimism of the early movement had begun to fade, and leadership had begun to fracture, and when the country seemed to have grown bored, gotten weary of the idea of justice and equality, and moved on to other concerns, that Reverend Jackson rose above despair and kept that righteous flame alive. Through Operation Push, he led boycotts and challenged corporate policies around hiring and contracting, recognizing that civil rights without economic justice was an empty promise. He backed unions in their organizing efforts and activists in fair wage campaigns, understanding that if the have-nots and the have-little bits ever learned to make common cause across racial lines instead of fighting each other over breadcrumbs, everybody would benefit. He helped register millions of voters. He fought against biases in the criminal justice system. He drew attention to local abuses of power and called folks at the national level to account. And by the early 80s, he was delivering that message of change and hope across the globe, freeing hostages from captivity, fighting to end apartheid in South Africa. And then, in 1984, as the powers that be in Washington were rolling back hard-won progress, slashing the social safety net, when more and more folks were getting left behind, and greed was being trumpeted as a virtue. See, we've been there before. He stepped forward once again and said, "Send me." He ran for the presidency of the United States of America. I had just graduated from college during that first campaign. And I was living in New York at the time. I was working to pay off my student loans, eating a lot of tuna fish and camel soup. And if I went to a diner, you know, I'd grab some extra crackers, put them in my pocket. And I was inspired by the civil rights movement. And I had in my mind to work for social justice. But even though I was full of good intentions, I was uncertain of how how to serve and fighting off self-doubt. And I remember how at the time, plenty of people, including, plenty of black folks, were dismissing Jesse's chances. Suggesting, he just wants attention, he can only get black votes. But then I remember one night sitting in my janky apartment, and I got an old black and white TV with the rabbit ears, and I'm kind of jiggering around, and it's about this big. I know young people can't imagine, but the TV was about this big. And I'm watching the Democratic primary debate between him and Walter Mondale and Gary Hart. And I remember how when that debate was over, I turned off that TV and I thought the same thing that I know a lot of people thought that night, even if they didn't want to admit it. That in his ideas, in his platform, in his analysis, in his intelligence, in his insight, Jesse hadn't just held his own. He had owned that stage. He wasn't an intruder. He wasn't a pretender. He belonged on that stage. And the message he sent to a 22-year-old child of a single mother with a funny name, an outsider, was that maybe there wasn't any place, any room where we didn't belong. And that message of fairness and dignity, of justice and hope, that's what the Rainbow Coalition was all about. In 1984 and then again in 1988, Jesse didn't just speak to black folks, he spoke to white folks and Latinos and Asian Americans and the first Americans. He spoke to family farmers and environmentalists.
And that was the problem, because every other group had their own specific identity and organizations specific to them. The Hispanics, the Haitians, the Nigerians, and other immigrants had their own specific groups and organizations. But Jesse chose to include everybody on our organization, which left us out in the cold. Left us out in the cold. That's the truth. And people want us to continue that line of thinking, which is a detriment to our survival. And this is why we have to bury Jesse Jackson and African American and every other thing that came along with him, to say, no, we're not settling to be on the outside looking in while everybody's benefiting because of us, and without us, we're not going out like that no more. He's trying to rein us all in to be dumbed down and stupid for everybody else. He's saying this at a Black American church at the funeral of Jesse Jackson. And there ain't no benefit propping up every other immigrant over your own. There ain't no benefit. You're being asked out. You're being excluded. You're being forgotten. But let Obama tell it, this is righteous and just. No, he was a useful fool. Jesse Jackson was a useful fool. And that's why he cannot be honored like Frederick Douglass or Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and anything like that, because he forgot about us. For real.
Jesse didn't just speak to black folks, he spoke to white folks and Latinos and Asian Americans and the first Americans. He spoke to family farmers and environmentalists. He spoke to gay rights activists when nobody was talking to gay rights activists and blue-collar workers. And he gave them the same message, that they mattered, that their voices and their votes counted. He invited them to believe. He invited us to believe in our own power to change America for the better. By the delegate count, Jesse's two candidacies ultimately came up short. But he paved the road for so many others to follow. Doug Wilder became the first elected black governor. Carol Moseley Braun went to the U.S. Senate. Because of Jesse, the Democratic Party changed its rules, ending the winner-take-all distribution of delegates during presidential primaries, which meant underdogs and outsiders like Bill Clinton or Bernie Sanders could stay competitive and build momentum instead of getting knocked out early. And it was because of that path that he had laid, because of his courage, his audacity, that 2 decades later, a young black senator from Chicago's South Side would even be taken seriously as a candidate for the presidential nomination. I still credit that first run of Jesse's and Harold Washington's campaign for drawing me to Chicago. And I didn't know anybody when I first arrived. And I was working as a community organizer, as it so happens, in neighborhoods right around here. Roseland, Woodlawn, Oakdale, West Pullman. And I'm meeting these young preachers like Meeks and some crazy priest named Flager. And I guess Jenkins was running around, but he's kind of young. He came a little bit later, so I'm going to churches and I'm listening to all these amazing preachers, and it was hard work, and half the time I didn't know what I was doing, and progress was slow, and I definitely didn't know how I was going to survive these Chicago winters, because I grew up in Hawaii. But I do remember heading to the push headquarters some Saturday mornings to listen and learn from Reverend Jackson. And y'all remember how on some mornings, if there was a major issue going on, the room would be packed to the rafters. And sometimes some celebrity just wanders in. And then some mornings it was kind of low-key. Either way, though, that the announcements would be made, and Reverend Barrow would say a prayer, and just he'd sit there, and then finally he'd gather himself up and stand, and he'd start kind of slow, you know, and sometimes he'd talk kind of low, so you couldn't quite catch what he was saying, so everybody lean in. And over time, that same boundless energy that would emerge, and that same passion and that same insight. And he'd offer you a master class in economics on a Saturday morning. And he'd give you a seminar in American history and American politics. And he'd make complicated things plain. And he'd tell stories that would make you laugh one minute and cry the next. And whether you were a bus driver or a teacher or a business leader or a young organizer, you came away from those meetings with a better understanding of how the world worked, how power worked. And more importantly, he made you believe that if we came together, we could make the world work better. Now, we've been talking about Jesse telling us we are somebody. I am somebody. And he wasn't just talking to young black boys like Isaiah, though he loved them fiercely. He wasn't just talking to young black girls to help them believe.
But he should have. That's the issue. Jesse Jackson should have been talking to black and black men and young women that were indigenous American blacks. He tried to take the torch that Malcolm X had after he passed away, after he was unalived. It should have been continued forward about us. Just imagine if Jesse Jackson would have focused on us all by itself, where we would be right now. But he spread himself thin like peanut butter to anyone and everyone. And I believe he did that to make sure that he was not going to be targeted, because he was in sync, in line with the agenda of whatever somebody pushed on him, he was willing to do. He was willing to preach and talk about transgendered and gay rights and all of that. But he was supposedly a reverend that preached the gospel. He didn't read the scripture very well. Okay, and I did live a life, an alternative life for 20 years, but the truth is the truth. And if he flipped on his convictions to be about God's work for the betterment of his so-called people, he failed us. Start talking about gay rights and immigrant rights and alien rights and all of that, and left us just in a corner, left abandoned. And that's how the Democrats would like us to continue being. And we're not going to continue being that way. No, we have wised up. Y'all need to catch the fuck up or get passed by. And like I say, we're not voting for Democrats. We're either going to vote for Republican or sit it out, period. There ain't no benefit for Democrats because you guys don't give a damn about us, and you want to use us and spit us out like overly chewed gum. And Jesse Jackson, being a so-called reverend, should have known better. He didn't take his title too seriously. He allowed himself to be used and punked by the powers that be. He allowed himself to be played, and he dismissed us to make everybody happy. That's why there's no honor, in my opinion, to Jesse Jackson Sr. But this dude, Obama, is trying to capitalize off of his so-called work to try to act like he is the benefactor of Jesse Jackson to move the so-called sheeple forward, the black folks forward. We're not following you, Obama. Fuck you. You are a demon in a suit. We don't give a damn about you. You're not us. You don't give a damn about black folks. You showed your ass as a president for 2 terms. We already know you don't give a flying fuck about us. So there ain't nothing you can say to change our mind. But you thought showing up to this funeral was going to somehow ignite us and compel us to listen and consider you differently somehow because you're talking the way you're talking. You're a fucking devil. Exactly. Devil in disguise. Definitely. Buckwheat lost Big Mike. What does that mean? I don't know. But let's get back to this. Just listen to how he's cranking it up. He's about to turn from talking about Jesse Jackson to talking about Trump and talking about how woe is America now when they ain't got the answers. Democrats are selling us out. At least Trump has given us something to hold on to. I don't understand the immigration fight and plight. And Obama ain't got nothing to say in that regard because he's a sellout.
Believed in them. He was talking about everyone who was left out, everyone who was forgotten, everyone who was unseen, everyone who was unheard. And in that sense, he was expressing the very essence of what our democracy should be. The ideals at the very heart of the American experiment. The belief that regardless of what we look like or how we worship, regardless of where our ancestors come from or how much money we got, we're all part of the American family. We're all endowed with the same inalienable rights.
We ain't no goddamn family. That's the lie from the devil that needs to be rebuked. I rebuke you, devil. There ain't no goddamn family. It's people that have and have not. There's people trying to keep us downtrodden and be over us. Okay? Ain't no such thing as a fucking family in this equation. But the devil was a lie. They're always lying.
Life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. We're all obligated to answer the call and step forward and take responsibility for making wrongs right and for caring for our neighbors and bringing the reality of America a step closer to its glorious ideals. And answering that call isn't always easy. And Reverend Jackson and his family knew that better than most. To do what he did, he would endure all kinds of hatred and setbacks and betrayals and doubters and death threats. He would sacrifice, as Jim Reynolds pointed out, the leisure and comfort of what was available to him as a far more financially secure life. And those sacrifices were not his alone. They were shared by his wife and his children. And they bore that burden with grace and strength. I got to know the Reverend and his family over the years, and as I watched his children follow his example of service, I came to appreciate the conviction that drove him, that he had passed on, the faith that guided him and that he had passed on. And it was a faith that didn't waver, a flame that burned bright, even as his body began to fail. The last time he and I had a chance to visit in person, he was already ailing. It was getting difficult for him to stand, difficult for him to speak. We were in Hyde Park, in a hotel room. I embraced him and figured we'd just have a low-key visit. maybe he needs some rest. And he starts coming up with this project and this initiative and issues I needed to look into. And here's some commentary that he would suggest, and some phrasing that he thought might work, and maybe we might co-write an article. And listening to him, I couldn't help smiling, because it took me back. And I started reminiscing with him about those Saturday mornings at Push and the breakfast that he'd host, you know, away from the full meeting. And I didn't get a chance to go to that until I was a state senator, and probably Meeks invited me. So I was like, you know, I was tagging along with Meeks, and he'd pull out a piece of paper, you know, he'd scribbled some stuff, and he'd start passing out assignments and pulling together working groups and asking for updates on the latest campaign. And I'll admit, let's face it, those sessions could run a little long and did not always follow Robert's Rules of Order. But when Jesse called your name and acknowledged you in that room, especially if you were young, especially if you were just coming up, especially if you weren't sure you could pull off what you thought you might be able to do, especially when you needed help. When he did that, you stood up a little straighter. You knew you'd been seen by this giant. He'd laid hands on you and let you know you had a contribution to make. And so that day, I told him how much that meant to me and how much it had meant to so many lives that he impacted. And I told him thank you, because I'd always be grateful for that legacy of hope. I know I've gone long. It was going to be much shorter until Isaiah spoke. I figure if a Detroit Piston can take up that much time, it was beautiful, and I mean that. Love me some Isaiah. We are living in a time when it can be hard to hope.
Here he's about to transition to the campaign as Democrats, which his son, Jesse Jackson Jr., said don't do. He chose the last few minutes to go in and talk about politics and trying to rein black folks into the Democrat plantation. Okay. Very disrespectful, even though he laid out something, but his son said that Obama did not know his father, so he might have put extra mustard on the topics or speech that he's declaring. But he's about to go in and talk about Trump and give life to the Democrats, and we don't give a damn, Obama. We're not rocking with the Democrats. You guys don't give a flying fuck about us. We already know. We saw in real time Trump say, stand up if you are for American first versus illegal immigrants. And y'all stayed seated. All of y'all. So we now know the truth. There ain't no evading what we know. We don't care how you try to clean it up, how you try to make it sound like a sermon, and none of that. We know the truth.
Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions. Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency. Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some...
Those people that you're trying to count are not even American, though. And Obama's trying to make it seem like those illegals are also Americans too. Let them tell it, because this agenda that they got. If you were solely talking about Americans, you know, you wouldn't even have to talk against Trump. But you're for everybody else over Americans, American vets that are homeless, Americans that are disabled, Americans overall, Black Americans, white Americans, Americans. You don't give a flying fuck about none of us. You care about everybody else that's coming over here to take over our place. And you don't think that we know that the Democrats are attempting to do this? We now know. I knew before Trump said so, but when he said so, I was like, damn, I got somebody that is actually understanding what I'm saying. My God. Democrats, your time is over. It's curtains for you. It's curtains. You offer no tangibles for Americans but rejection. That's all you offer. Rejection and abandoning us. We don't need y'all for that. Get the fuck on. Okay?
Don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength. We see science and expertise denigrated, while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards. Every single day we see that. And it's hard to hope in those moments.
Boy, he's putting on a performance. My goodness. We got a Chuck G claiming you stay seated when you're waiting patiently, waiting for the Epstein file to appear unredacted to the most repeated name, Trump. I'm not giving a damn about the Epstein file, to be honest with you, Chuck. I only care about America and my survival here in America. I do not want foreign powers and third world people to have power over me and my people here in America. The Epstein files, it will play out as it plays out. I'm not obsessing over it. It is not my go-to every morning and noon and night. It may be yours, but it's not me, okay? I care about America and what's happening to us. We have a lot of people that have traded us out, and they don't care about our survival. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about us being American. They don't care about nothing but everybody else. They're trying to globalize America. They're trying to make us socialists and Marxism over here, which will be a tragedy for us to exhibit. No, the Epstein files are not the first thing on my mind. I'm not obsessed over the files of Epstein. If you are, then you go there and please start a channel and showcase your obsession. My obsession is survival here in America as a Black American indigenous to America. Well, I have everything to lose with everybody coming over here and taking over my spot as American. Okay, if you don't get that, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't have to care. Because the truth will be revealed once it comes out. Whatever happens, happens. But I'm not dwelling and wasting my energy and emotion on the Epstein files. You guys can act like rabbit fools if you want. I'm not doing it. You said those girls are Americans. What girls are you talking about? And our daughters are grandkids. Okay, let's go to the remainder of this. And this is almost over. But listen to Barack Obama again. His attempt of hijacking the energy off of Jesse Jackson Sr. to try to equip himself to be the so-called leader of the Black Americans, which we're not falling for that because, thank God, years ago we delineated from the notion of accepting all melanated people as our own. We now know that there are many foreign melanated people that do not give a flying fuck about Black Americans. And guess what? We now don't give a flying fuck about you. And it can start with Barack Obama. He's not us. He's Kenyan and white. He's not with the indigenous American Black who has been in America for centuries. He doesn't have the legacy of slavery, of Jim Crow, or none of that. And we're not giving him the reign of thinking that he has our back, because he doesn't. And we know better. It's the truth.
So it may be tempting to get discouraged, to give in to cynicism. It may be tempting for some to compromise with power and grab what you can, or even for good people to maybe just put your head down and wait for the storm to pass. But this man, Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, inspires us to take a harder path. His voice calls on each of us to be heralds of change, to be messengers of hope, to step forward and say, send me. Wherever we have a chance to make an impact, whether it's in our school, or our workplaces, or our neighborhoods, or our cities, not for fame, not for glory, or because success is guaranteed, but because it gives our life purpose. Because it aligns with what our faith tells us God demands. And because if we don't step up, no one else will. How fortunate we were that Jesse Jackson answered that call. What a great debt we owe to him. May God bless Reverend Jackson. May he rest in eternal peace. God bless you.
Again, it's all fake. It's all fraudulent, as they all play the game and try to make it seem like they give a flying fuck about Jesse Jackson. He gave a flying fuck about him and his legacy, so-called legacy, and his so-called, campaign to, be about the business of Democrats. And I'm glad that most of us caught it. A lot of people are making videos against Barack and Kamala Harris and Biden and also Clinton, because we know better. We finally wised up. I'm so proud of Black Americans. Man, to just think about how we were 10 years ago and how far we come from 10 years ago. It is truly phenomenal how we have finally shaken off the fraudulent thinking that we have thought upon because of the Democrats. We're now we're not subjugated under the thumb of the Democrats. Y'all need to understand what's going on. We are free. We're free thinking people. We're not Republican or Democrats. We're independent. And we want what's best for us and America as a whole. We don't give a damn about nothing else and nobody else. That's it. If you don't catch up to that reality, then you are dumbed down. A lot of Democrats are going to waste a lot of money assuming that they can trick us into believing the hype of all this other falsehoods, propaganda, and all these other things. But I do my videos to showcase the reality of what we really think like and what we should think like. So catch the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about Barack Obama. I don't give a fuck about Biden. I don't give a fuck about Bill Clinton. Definitely don't give a fuck about Kamala Harris. I don't give a damn about Pan-Africanism. I don't give a fuck about immigrants. I give a fuck about Black, Indigenous Americans. I give a damn about us and our plight here in America to survive. And everything else can go fuck itself, for real. So it is what it is. Thank y'all for appearing. Thank y'all for being here. Let's go, baby. What's up, Chandler? Okay, thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody for being here. I'm going to attempt, I can't promise, but I'm going to attempt to come back Sunday because I want to get back on the asses of these fraudulent and fake ass Africans and immigrants that are steadily upset with Black Americans who are self-declaring our own identities as foundational Black American or Indigenous American Blacks or American descendants of slaves and other names that we call ourselves. Everybody's upset that they feel like they are supposed to be ruling over us. They feel like they should be having authority over us. And we're telling y'all, fuck off, okay? Go worry about your own home country and your own specific tribes and people that you have abandoned to come to America. Stop worrying about us. Stop obsessing over us. We don't give a damn about your opinion no more. It is what it is. Okay? And I'm going to break that down on Sunday, God willing. Please like and share the video. I appreciate all of y'all and bless up.